menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap. Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Beli.
Pasti ori. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana? Gitu loh. Matt selalu kata tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth and this.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Beli.
Pasti ori. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Alpha. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih, Terima kasih, Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Can the Geeks stop the fiery dragons? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Season 10, Week 4, Day 1. It is Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi who will accompany you today in the English caster's desk. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. Again, week 4, day number 1. I still can't believe that we're only at week number 4, but it's been so awesome, Gani, here in MPL ID Season 10, obviously because we all have our phones right here, the Samsung Galaxy A series, and we also have Arashi Hoshi over to the left to tell us the specs of these incredible phones.
Well, 8 gigabytes of RAM, as well as 258 gigabytes of storage, 120 refresh rate monitor, Super AMOLED as well, 5G ready. What more do you guys want? The battery capacity is just way above standard as well. So you can just keep on grinding, keep on playing, and stay awesome, my guys.
Awesome is for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, if in case you forget here, again, match 1 it is going to be Aura Fire who will take on Geek Fam. Geek Fam, if we're talking about Geek Fam, they're not really in a good position as
Situation.
well. And as well as Aura Fire, they took an L last week. Can they switch up their momentum?
See, this is the thing, right? When we're talking about Geek Fam and Aura Fire, it does seem like both of these teams haven't found that success that they wanted in this season. Obviously, Aura Fire, they're going for that top position. They haven't been able to get that. And Geek Fam, same thing. They want to get out of that red zone, but so far, they are still stuck there with 4 losses. Arashi, today, it might be a different day for both of these teams, as we are going to take a look at the standings right here. Arashi, walk us through the standings presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
On top is the very surprising EVOS Legends with the new revamped roster. Down after that is Araki Hoshi and ONIC Esports, knocked down from the top position. And then number 4 is the aforementioned Aura Fire, the Dragons of Indonesia, going up against Geek Fam all the way down after Alter Ego Rebellion Zion and Bigetron Alpha. Off the bat, man, as you said, you can't believe it's only week number 4. Everything is so different, and you don't really know what to expect, because at any time right now, any week, this is gonna change up yet again.
A lot of changes. If you compare it to last season's standings based on just week 4, it's crazy because it seems like, yeah, Geek Fam and Bigetron, they're still in the same match rate. So I feel like Geek Fam, if they really want to push and, well, have a chance to secure a playoff spot, the time is now. Aura Fire, remember, again, the momentum is not really in their side.
That's the thing right now, you know, Geek Fam, they need to get a dub. It doesn't matter how, they need to get a dub, especially against Aura Fire here. This is a team that has weaknesses, right? This isn't a perfect team. We've seen that Rebellion were able to actually take them down, utilizing those mistakes and punishing them every single time. But here you go, Arashi, the Axe starting lineup. We'll see. It is going to be Kabuki, so no more Chiat in that gold lane for Aura Fire. And for Geek Fam, it's Chadera stepping in, no longer using Renesmee in the starting lineup.
Kadera, we have to see if he can perform against Aura of all people, especially because his lane, right? His lane is absolutely a struggle to get an advantage on. But for Geek Fam, they seem ready, bro.
They seem ready. They seem confident. This is the Geek Fam that I like. I mean, yeah, remember, Beloyski in that roamer position also provides a lot of strengths in this team. But I do want to add that Luke his performance has been astounding up to this point.
It does seem like Luke has had a, very, very good progression since the start of the week of MPL ID Season 10. As you can see, the players are going to make their way up onto the stage here with Beloyski leading the pack. And, very similarly to their playstyle, it's still all comes down to Beloyski and Jana QT. When they are actually able to make the plays happen, Geek Fam win when they get those comfort heroes as they walk down the tunnel camp by head and shoulders comfortably. Gani, let's see what they have to bring on the stage.
Well, if we're talking about Geek Fam, right, we have to talk about this player right here, Luke, the XP laner. He's so versatile. He can bring a lot of aggressive playstyle. Take a look at this guy on this Paquito. He just knows the timing, when to come in, when to come out, and this is a very good display of example here. Luke comes in, jumps in with, of course, the members of Geek Fam, which show, team fight as well as coordination. And take a look at his average damage taken, 97,000, and, well, with a KP of rather low, but it's fine because he's an XP laner. He knows that all he needs to do is just hold his lane. And well, I'm a new kid in town, so don't be too aggressive is what he said. And welcome to the stage. It is Geek Fam.
Geek Fam, the team that are trying to get out of the red zone. Since Season 4, the franchise league started here in MPL Indonesia, Geek Fam have not been able to secure a playoff position. But with the season, with the imports and the new players they're bringing up, that's their goal.
You can say it's like the Geeks trying to step out of their comfort zone. They will try and fight Aura Fire, the Dragons, at their own game. Growing up in the early game, right, it's going to be very, very difficult for Beloyski to make those plays because Aura, they are not a passive team. They will be trying to make those plays on their own as well. So Can Geek Fam beat Aura at their own game more than anything? That will be the main question of the day.
While we're on the topic of Beloyski, I mean, yeah, it does make sense. He likes the Natalia, he likes the aggressive type of roamer. So against Aura Fire, which you guys at home are looking at your screen right now, it is going to be hard. So perhaps I feel like Luke needs to step up once again, but let's shift our focus to Aura Fire. This season, I feel like Aura Fire is also a contender with this man right here in the helms as they are walking down the head and shoulders tunnel cam here. I can't wait to see what he's gonna bring to the table.
Practice, play, compete. That's what he has written on his sweatshirt, and that's what he's gonna bring here onto the stage. He's gonna compete to get that championship title because they do not want to just be the people's champion.
Well, Aura Fire, we talked a little about Luke. Let's talk about the opponent. Fluffy, filling that EXP lane. Well, if we're talking about Fluffy, he's quite underrated, right? He is one of the XP laners that is in Indonesia that is quite versatile, can play aggressive. Take a look at this play here. He on the die route, he just knows when to come in, takes the target, the right target down, and with almost 120,000 worth of damage taken, he is also one of the biggest sandbags in this league. With a higher KP, apart from Luke, against Luke, if you compare it to Luke, it's perhaps Fluffy this season in this matchup particularly can be the key, perhaps. Well, talking about, of course, Fluffy and as well as his team right here, Aura Fire.
Let's see them in the stage. Again, with Kabuki, it really does seem like a different team entirely. Their identity is built around this gold lane who is able to make so many plays across the map, but not only Kabuki, Fluffy as well. The man that was highlighted before we got into the stage. Fluffy is the most active XP laner in MPL ID, and it does show with his 51% kill participation, Arashi. He just roams across the map, but whoa, Ruben! Wrong side, buddy!
Wrong side. Well, yeah, I guess Ruben stepped into the wrong booth there. But yeah, let's talk about Aura Fire a little here, Arashi. We saw Aura Fire without Kabuki last week. Doesn't really bode well. Is this guy that impactful?
Well, the old adage for Aura Fire is win side lanes, win game. But before that, team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders, we can see that Aura Fire has the advantage for the most part on the kill death assist. But actually, Geek Fam has a bit to actually offer in the objective and turtle department. So Geek Fam has shown that they can actually go toe-to-toe when it comes to objectives in the early game. But the previous match history tells a very, very bleak story for the side of Geek Fam. 4 matches, 2-0 for Aura.
It does seem like Aura Fire, based on the statistics, Arashi, first turtle, they don't really prioritize the early neutral objectives that much. They don't even prioritize the turrets. So it's a very skirmish-heavy, team-fight-heavy team that we've all come to enjoy and love from the side of Aura Fire. But it has worked up against a lot of different teams, right? Against RRQ even, last season, they were one of the only teams who were able to take down RRQ just for a game, but with their winning lineup. Here against Geek Fam, though, this is the big question. Both of these teams like to go guns blazing in the early stage. Well, are we going to see these signature heroes picked up by Janna and Beloy? Because Beloy and Janna, when they don't get their comfort picks, it does seem like they don't perform as well here in MPL ID. They actually kind of, they lose out a lot and they actually become the cause of the team's loss.
Oof, I gotta agree with you. I feel like Janna, when is not playing Julian, Akai, I feel like they are somehow struggling a lot in the Land of Dawn. Is that going to be a main issue here, Rashi?
I think Geek Fam needs to prioritize Beloyski over Janna, because yes, Janna can actually do a lot of work, but I think overall, especially in a game this aggressive, this back and forth potentially, I think the roamer will have a lot to play, and if you don't get Beloyski on his power picks, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to go up against Godiva. But enough of that, we go straight into the banning phase by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series. 1-1 Natalia as well as Fanny. No roamer inside.
Still the prio bans here from both of the teams, of course. That Natalia is, well, it's a respect already towards Beloyski, but, well, Geek Fam took the Akai approach here, so They are taking their own hero, their comfortable hero, here in the first phase. So we'll have to see here what will Aura respond with to see what are they going to prioritize.
Very good respect bans again coming in from the side of Aura Fire. They know exactly how to counter Geek Fam. Back again to the point, Arashi. When Beloyski and Jana QT get their comfort picks, they actually carry the game. They're the ones who dictate the pace of the game, and they force so many crazy plays onto their opponents. But again, if they don't get those comfort heroes, the Natalia, the Franco, it does seem like Geek Fam don't really find that comfort, and Beloyski isn't really able to make those crazy moves on the map with Jana to help out. And as you can see, that's exactly what Aura go for here. 1-1 ban targeting towards Chadera, 2 bans towards Beloyski, so you can understand, you can see that Aura understands the threat of Beloyski in this roam position. But Aura Fire, they have the chance to pick up a first pick. Both Baramis and Valentina have been left open. I personally think that Valentina is the better choice here.
Well, case of victory by X here shows that they have to maximize Godiva's playmaking potential and optimize Aura's cheese strats. Because when they can surprise the members of Geek Fam, that will be very, very beneficial for their win condition. With the Faramis already locked in, it can go into multiple roles, so it is a flex pick. But if they can anticipate Geek Fam's early gameplay and also win the early objectives, they can shut down Geek Fam, who we have seen kind of falter when they don't get rolling in the early game.
Well, we can see already the trades from both teams, right? Arashi and as well as America Aura Fire. They took Faramis and response. Geek Fam, they will opt for Valentina and as well as Beatrix. But on that note, there's a keys to victory by Axe here, Arashi.
Discipline being the key, they have to make sure that they don't get picked off by Aura, and the chaos from Aura doesn't disrupt their gameplays. Beloyski and Jana QT getting their comfort heroes will be very critical, as Mirko already mentioned. If they are on comfortable picks they can use to make those plays, they have a chance in quote-unquote outplaying Aura, although that is much easier said than done.
It is much easier said than done here. What will they respond here? Aura Fire, they will pick up that Masha and as well as that Matilda. Then Masha is going to create problems for that Beatrix here.
Masha is a very, very good pick up against something like a Beatrix here. You know, anything in the back line, Xavier, a Beatrix, a Yves, you want to get that Masha to just provide that threat into that back line, and Chadera's going to have a tough time on this Beatrix if the Masha is able to scale up. With the Matilda as well, I don't know, you know, they're going to lack a lot of range. They're going to have to go for something with a little bit of range in the second phase as Geek Fam wrap up their draft with a signature pick. Not a signature pick, actually. It's just one of the meta picks right now, the Paquito, picked up by Geek Fam. And this will act as a very good flex hero for the side of Geek Fam, as it can go to the jungle and it can also go to the XP lane.
Right now for Geek Fam, they're in condition state. They have to win in the early game and start snowballing. With Beatrix, with Valentina and Paquito, that is absolutely a likely possibility. And of course in the late game though, they can rely very much on Kadera to be that long range damage advantage. So we'll have to see, man. The Beatrix have been such an issue, and the thing is, you don't really counter her by actually diving at her. So it's going to be very difficult for Aura. They need to find some kind of crowd control, some kind of lockdown to make sure that Kadera actually gets put under control.
The Popo and Koopa ban as well. Like I mentioned, Aura needs to secure something with long range, Arashi. Geek Fam, they noticed that and they banned 2 heroes, targeting towards Kabuki and also getting the range hero out of the way. We all know the signature pick here this season has been the Yutong, but that Popo and Koopa provides so much threat for every single member for the side of Geek Fam right now. Aura though, they ban out the Estes, so they're taking away Jana QT's hero and they're also respecting that Estes pick.
Well, as of right now, it seems like Geek Fam will try to play the early game, like you said, Mirko, but it's going to be a tough time, right? Because it is going to be a tough task because they have Matilda from the side of Aura and as well as that Faramis, but Geek Fam, they add more firepower in that early game with the addition of that Balman on a Demon Slayer. This guy is unstoppable.
And this is a new hero for Jana QT, Gani. On that Demon Slayer, on the Balman, he is going to be able to secure a lot of those neutral objectives. So the thing is right now that I want to ask is he comfortable on this Balman? Because Aura Fire right now, they still have a plethora of different picks for Hai and for Kabuki. Probably the 2 people that are the scariest when it comes to the hero pool. As you can see though, there's a comment from the man himself, Hai, saying that Jana QT is very aggressive as a jungler, but our team is pretty solid to handle that pressure. Clint picked up and the Amon. So the signature Amon for Hai, and they pick up a long-ranged hero, the Clint, like I mentioned. This is something that we haven't seen, though, from Kabuki, I think, ever, Arashi. This is the first time I've seen Kabuki on a very safe marksman.
Ooh, I mean, Kabuki always has better performances, more shout performances when he is on a playmaking goal laner. But before that, there's a comment here from Geek Fam. For next, we still need to be more confident, and now is a good momentum because we are going to meet a tougher opponent.
Wow.
So Beloyski is very much ready to take on Aura, and with that last pick though, that's going to be the Cho.
While adding more crowd control in their composition, which is going to be very deadly for that Clint and as well as Amon. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, your composition who will enter the Land of Dawn for our first game. And this is going to be the talents prediction by Axe, unanimous here in the caster's desk, all leaning towards a 5e Dragon.
I actually asked to switch to Geek Fam right before the stream started. I guess they didn't, change it there, but yeah, I'll say it. I'm going for Geek Fam. I'm rooting for Geek Fam here, just like the 24% of you guys watching back at home. Audience prediction by TikTok right here. I predicted Geek Fam because of that early game. It's very flippy when it comes to Aura versus Geek Fam. Both these teams, they put high emphasis on getting that early game pressure. So whoever wins that early game scramble will most probably get the game.
Enough talk, let's just commence. Let's just start the game here, ladies and gentlemen, between Aura Fire and Geek Fam. Cast your votes and as well as support perhaps in the live chat. But in Land of Dawn, we go to witness our first game.
And this is something I do want to bring up. Arashi, Beloyski is on the Cho, a hero that we haven't seen in quite a bit. And again, we'll have to see whether or not he is going to be comfortable on this hero. It is a playmaking one, and he is already going into that enemy jungle. There you go.
Yeah. Loyski here forced to use that flicker early. 3 men already hunting this guy, but I'm quite sure that he is able to escape.
It's really very low for the lethal fight though, so I think Aura will have the advantage here. And you were talking again about how the early game is going to go. The lethal gets taken by Janna, so he's really doing very, very well. But Aura, even if they fall behind, they have that discipline. We have seen that they are comfortable going all the way to the late game and playing very, very calculatively. So it's a new evolved Aura, and Geek Fam need to be aware of that.
There's a fun fact here, ladies and gentlemen. MPL Season 4 till 7, Aura and Geek for 4 straight seasons has not entered the playoffs. But there you go. Last season, Aura Fire broke that record.
That's the thing, coming into this matchup, right? Even in the last previous matches, Arashi, four matches were won by Aura, so Geek Fam have a lot to prove here in this matchup. And it's all going to come down to the first early neutral objective fights. Facehugger, will he have the Cult Altar ready? And for the side of Geek Fam, will Elzura be able to take that Cult Altar away? Because we've seen many times that, there you go, they don't let him move.
Beloyski has no flicker. He will go down here. First blood by Samsung, presented to you by Aura Fire. What a play, what a setup, and this just creates enough space for Aura Fire to take the first Lord down.
If you don't want the roamer to make a play, you take him out. The best crowd control is death. So Beloyski won't be around. Aura makes the play for the turtle, but it seems that the Geek is still contesting.
Yeah, Janna Cutie will steal that turtle. Call of Altar though, forced to fight here. Luke very low, will not be able to survive here. I might be wrong. Luke with 1 HP will go down. Janna Cutie caught in the midst of battlefield. And yeah, he will go down. Facehugger will claim that double.
I don't know if that's going to be a worth trade. I think it's still Aura who walk away with a very, very valuable trade. Sure, they lose out on that neutral objective, but look at that value. 3 kills going over to Aura, as that was a 2 for 0 in terms of kills. And Geek Fam now, they're going to be on the back foot with a 1.4 thousand gold lead. And take a look as well at the emblems. Arashi, Kabuki's opted to go for the killing spree instead of the weapon mastery.
He's going for aggressive plays right here, and he'll be trying to snowball in that lane and make sure that he gets a double benefit of doing a lot of damage and also shutting down Kadira. Because later on in the late game, when you have the Paramis and you have a Valentina, they can steal and copy each other's cult altars, right, essentially. It's going to be very impactful for the gold lane to be able to dish out a lot of damage. So Kabuki and Kadira both have a big role to play in that later stage of the game.
Okay, you can see here Beloyski where Dragon connects on towards Kabuki with that guiding win. He is able to escape. What a play by Godiva. What a coordination. And it seems like Kabuki is pressured. He's struggling to fall here top side.
even then, he's still actually able to steal away a little bit there in the jungle department from Jana QT. Again, back to the topic, that early game is very, very important, and they're already looking for a play down below.
Oh, with the shards here, Luke is in trouble with no spells whatsoever. High will pick up the kill, and now it seems like he cannot respond. Well, I might be wrong, actually. Elzura, ball outside, picks up a kill on towards High, so it is an even trade just based on that part.
Ooh, right now Baloyski though, he did get jumped on, but he'll be able to actually escape, but he turns it around on Godiva. The flicker though didn't reach far enough to kick him backwards towards his team. That is unfortunate as the turtle now spawns and there is no flicker available for Baloyski to make a play.
Yeah, seems like now the turtle will be claimed by Jana Cutie. Call of Altar by both parties has been popped here, but Loiski will still be able to survive as that Kadira with that, well, Wesker, no, Brenner is not able to take any person down.
Donnie, it was a Nibiru, buddy. You know what? Here, you need the new Axe effect. That's what you need right now, because the better you smell, the better you cast, Donnie. Let's go. Here, let me spray it on you. Boom, bang, bada bing. Now you're fresh. Let's get back to the game.
Baloyski here will take a lot of shots, but with that Way of Dragon, actually, High is the one who gets caught. Facehugger is next. That was an overcommitted play. Top side there by the side of our fire.
A very good disengage as well from the side of Baloyski, able to read out that movement, Arashi. But 5 minutes in, it's time for that item check.
Well, there's already the Enchanted Talisman for the Facehugger, so the Cult Altar will be very much available. Luke, though, has a lot of sustain, so if they make plays around that lane, he can always be ready to capitalize. As Kadira, right now, they need to be a bit aware, because if he lands a massive ultimate, that DOD is going to translate to a lot of damage. And Geek Fam, they're already waiting for an opportunity to try and put that into practice.
Well, see here, Geek Fam, they are in the top side vicinity. They will claim this turret here as our fire will not force a fight. And I think that is the wiser move by the side of our fire. They will have to see the first structure fall top side, but they will not lose a man. We'll see here. What will Geek Fam do next?
The way Geek Fam have been able to equalize that gold lead has been really, really effective, right? It was a 1.4 thousand gold lead, and now it's back down to only a 500 gold lead for Aura Fire. And as we go on through the game, I actually believe that the Beatrix will have a little bit more pressure on the map with the Renner, with the Wesker as well. More damage output when it comes to the burst, and even the DPS if he does stick onto that Nibiru of Baloyski.
Baloyski here is in the front lines, will not commit to a fight just yet. It seems like both teams here is still in the balance. Last turtle, last neutral objective here for the turtle. We'll see who will grab that.
Earlier we saw that 2 turtles has fallen to the hands of Geek Fam, and that will be a third. But Aura Fire, they don't lose any members, and they're very content in doing this, letting go of these turtles. But once the Lord comes up, I think they will be a lot more aggressive in contesting that. Right now though, Baloyski is still doing God's work for his team as much as possible. And with that play, Geek Fam has already taken the goal advantage.
Going back to the statistics though, Arashi, this is exactly how we thought this match will play out. Geek Fam and Aura Fire, yes, they really like to play in that early stage, getting the snowball going from the get-go. But it's a very different early stage. Aura, they go for skirmishes around the map. They go for team fights. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, they go for team fights too, but it's always just to control neutral objectives and just the turret structures on the board as Baloyski goes down and looks for a pick.
Oh, they are committing to Fluffy here, where Dragon has been popped, but again, on a Masha, I don't think that is a very worth resource. We'll see in the mid side here as 5 members already filling that vicinity. Vaserga is going to target. Luke comes in with that knockout strike, but does not commit, does not connect just yet. And now, Aura Fire, they are not healthy here. They might look for a fight here. Luke coming in, flickered to retreat, and that shard doesn't have enough stacks to give the damage. No casualties whatsoever.
Very expensive ability used up already, and Geek Fam, they are staying in that mid lane. They really want to go for this turret as they have the pressure to do so. Chadera has the Renner. He can just move onto it and hit this turret probably 3 more times to actually take it down. What I do want to point out that's been super, super good for the side of Geek Fam is their lane management, Arashi. The fact that they've been able to get all the neutral objectives so far has been because they were able to control the waves properly in the side lanes and even in that mid lane.
Even right now, you can see that Kadira is pushing as much as possible, and they're sending Luke down there for that 1v1 potential before rotating again towards that Lord. But Aura Fire, the Lord is usually where they turn up the pace and actually go for the aggressive plays of their own. So right now, they do have control, but Baloyski will have to try and say something against that.
Yeah, in the mid side, Elzura giving damage on towards the Faramis there. But it seems like they are already coming to this Lord here as Godiva and as well as Elzura here, trying to zone each other, trying to give as much as information as possible. One man is still downstairs. But take a look at Elzura here, taking a lot of damage by Fluffy. Lord has been resetted here. Both teams will disengage from that Lord, but it seems like they haven't found the right opening to fight.
And it's good for the side of Geek Fam especially, because again, they don't need to be the ones to force out a fight. They have the better pressure on the map currently. They have the better wave manipulation as well. When it comes down to it, they even have more gold right now, so they do not really want to go for any of these fights, but maybe... No, they don't collapse just yet. They're still backing up, playing the Lord slowly but surely.
Lord here is at half HP. Wasn't really. Oh my god, backside. Kadira taking a lot of damage by Fluffy.
Oh!
Fluffy solo killing Kadira there, top side. What the heck happened? And 5v4 now, Aura Fire. They might commit to this Lord and perhaps look for a fight. Elzura is quite low here. Fluffy moving here on towards Elzura, of course, providing cover. Oh, Call Officer is popped here. Elzura, can he escape this one as he is rather low? But take a look at High, trying to deal damage on towards Luke here. Luke needs to escape and disengage immediately by the side of Geek Fam. This is not looking good for the side of Geek Fam here, as Luke will not be able to survive.
Wow!
No, I was wrong with that flicker. He is able to, and no casualties, but Lord has been resetted.
It was initially so good for Aura Fire. They were able to take down Chadera before anything happened, but Geek Fam, they were able to prolong it. And Jana, he's looking for the retry here. He's going in.
Can he do it here, Jana Cutie? Waiting for the right moment, but High actually gets taken down as well as Godiva. What the heck? Kadira has already damaged a triple kill. Looking for a Maniac. Kabuki running for the hills here. Can he do it? With that, Luke, though, will pick up the kill, and Jana QT will pick up the Lord. Almost wipes out here. What the heck happened?
They played that perfectly, moving back and forth, losing Chadera, buying time for him to respawn, and when he came back, man, they pulled the trigger, getting the Lord, getting the fight, and getting everything on the map right now.
What a disaster for Aura Fire, man. They had everything in control. They got the pickup they wanted, but without a consistent hard crowd control, they were unable to actually secure the kills onto Geek Fam, and Geek Fam just bought so much time. And afterwards, Aura Fire still went for the Lord, and Geek Fam just caught them off guard with Kadira's burst damage. That is how dangerous that Beatrix is in close range quarters. So right now, Geek Fam has a tempo. They're playing with the Lord right now, and Aura Fire, they are back into damage control.
You mentioned how dangerous Beatrix is when it comes down to the small range, but even long range, Arashi, he has the Renner to just dish out so much damage onto the turret safely from out of range. And look at that, he's even taking a whole lot of HP, getting the snipes as well. Chadera making the plays happen.
Well, we can see here they still want to fight Fluffy. Running for the hills is quite low on that Masha, but one base turret falls here. Geek Fam, they need to recollect in the mid side as one member is still down. Especially, can they play the discipline game? They want the mid side here. Fluffy and friends, they are trying to defend this base turret, trying to clear other ways. But take a look at the back side. Luke trying to flank here. Base turret mid will fall, and Geek Fam, they realize they have no objectives on the board. They will retreat.
This is the problem with Aura Fire's composition and the way they play the game, Arashi. It's very much reliant to the enemy teams taking the baits and fighting them 5v5 every single time. As you can see from the instant replay here, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, Geek Fam, they are not fighting up until that right moment.
Exactly. Once they saw the opportunity, they just go for the fight, and Kadira was essentially free hitting, and Aura has no solution for it. They weren't in control.
Oh, what? Oh, actually, fight is now starting here. Godiva jumps in with that circle. Oh, they're engaged by the side of Geek Fam. Fluffy is going to be the frontliner, but he is quite healthy, taking a lot of damage, still with 2 HP bars left. And now, both teams with no casualties will disengage from a fight, as of course, in 35 seconds, the next Lord is going to be up, but Geek Fam is still in a very comfortable lead, and as well as economy.
very, very comfortable. Right now, all they need to do is, again, just play out the waves properly. But for Aura, how are they going to be able to maybe turn the tides around? It all relies on this man, Facehugger, on the Faramis. If he is actually able to use that Shadow Stampede or stay out of range for Eldura's IMU, he might be able to have a chance.
Oh, Luke here will distract the opponent, but with that flicker, 1 HP will not be able to survive as that shot from high connects and he falls. 5v4. Take a look at Bauman. He is already in that Lord area, but no commitments just yet here. 5v4. What can they do?
They've lost a very, very important member in their team, the frontliner for Geek Fam. They need to just, again, buy time, wait for the moment to happen. They cannot force this to happen because Geek Fam, they have a man disadvantage right now.
Yeah,
exactly. With a man disadvantage right here, Geek Fam. We have seen them actually pull it out before, right? But they have bought enough time for Kadira to respawn last time. So now they're buying time for Luke as Aura Fire. They're stuck in the same situation. Wave pushing in the bot side. They need to actually catch fights or they need to actually rush the Lord. And they seem to be confused on what to do right now.
It's a very good play by Geek Fam, right? They were able to, again, just use the Lord, baiting it back and forth. And now with the Wesker, they're going to go for the commit onto it.
Okay, Luke taking a look at it. He actually managed to steal the Lord. And take a look at that. 1 member, 2 members falls from each team. And Geek Fam lost their momentum there as High got the sneak play in. And yeah, he sold the Lord, the enhanced Lord. This just might prolong the game, and this is just what Aura Fire needed.
That was, again, so good by Aura. You know, the plays have just been happening consistently for both of these teams. But like you said, Arashi, when they don't need to care about these waves anymore, that's when Aura Fire shines. As now, we are going to take a look at the item for both of these teams.
Instantly, you notice that for the side of Geek Fam, the only real damage dealer is Kadira, right? We saw that Luke can do a lot of damage, but his build is very much tank. He just went for the Bloodlust Axe and then full tank in order to be an extra frontline, an extra bit of reliable CC. So essentially, it actually benefits Aura Fire because they have essentially 2 assassins that can just burst on Kadira, and if that happens, unless there's a cult altar, it's going to be very difficult for Geek Fam.
Aloyski catches Kabuki here. Oh my god, Facehugger actually is going to be the first one to fall. Can they translate to more outcomes here, Geek Fam? The immediate disengage by Aura Fire, but they really need to take care of the waves top side here. Geek Fam, it was a good engage catching 1 member, but then again, Facehugger on that Faramis is already up.
But it's already really good because they have stopped Aura Fire's momentum. They've stopped Aura Fire's siege from happening. Getting the Lord taken down just by Jana QT rotating over there and obviously getting a pick. Now though, you can... Oh my god, you can see the absurd amount of damage that Chidera has been outputting in this game and the damage dealt by Axe. 81,000 in 16 minutes as they look for Fluffy.
Oh, is this the right target? Fluffy, Wave Dragon has been wasted on this guy. Geek Fam, they will not overcommit on towards that Masha. They will disengage from any type of business here. Seems like Aura Fire is still waiting for the right moment.
Aura Fires doesn't get the advantage in prolonged team fights just because the range coming in from side Geek Fam. The player gold by UBS Gold, Kadera is on top right there as well, despite being taken out once by Fluffy. So he is very much the win condition for Geek Fam, because if Aura Fire makes an aggressive play with the Cult Altar, he is the one that can burst down everyone and essentially neutralize that difference. And of course, if they want to siege, the Renner is just going to be so beneficial in sieging down those turrets and being consistent poke damage from a range that's way too secure for Aura Fire to capitalize on.
Chadera and Kabuki leading the pack on that UBS Gold in the graphic right there, but wait, Fluffy?
No. Well, Fluffy here taking a lot of damage. Once again, he is a Masha. Geek Fam should know better. They shouldn't overcommit on towards Fluffy, as especially the Lord that might be evolved is up soon. It is now still an enhanced Lord, but in 30 seconds or so, it is going to be an evolved Lord.
Back again. I don't think the Clint has the same amount of versatility that Chadera has on the Beatrix, so it's all going to come down to, again, how they execute these team fights. If Aura Fire can actually play front to back, enable Kabuki with its range, they will actually be able to somewhat win this team fight with both of the teams having a Cult Altar. We're going to have to see. Lord is taken down to half HP, Gani, but Geek Fam do not want to commit just yet. Remember, they have Chadera and they have the lethal counter with the Red Tree. That's a total of most probably 3 retributions here on the hands of Geek Fam.
Now both teams dancing around the Lord here as Cold Altar actually popping. Take a look at the Lord. Battle of Retribution.
Whoa!
QT. Very clutch here on the Lord's backside, but it seems like Aura Fire, they will force a fight. Beloyski rather low here. Will be taken down. 4 members from the side of Geek Fam will run for the hills as Aura Fire actually will trade a member for that Lord. We'll see here. Can they push the mid? Can they still give the pressure?
A good fight by Aura, but a good objective take by Geek Fam. And honestly, I personally think that the Lord is going to have more value than just one member getting taken down, because it was only Beloyski. If it was Chadera, then yeah, I think Aura Fire would have been able to use that timer to actually create more plays on the map.
I think Aura Fire is just very difficult because they actually used the Cold Altar to zone away Geek Fam, but Geek Fam were somehow able to actually kite back away from all the danger, and Elzura here looking for a play, but they have to be careful because Geek Fam, they're looking for opportunities to try and turn this around as well.
Geek Fam here will try to siege this base. Godiva with half HP still quite confident being with the circling eagle actually towards the backside. Will this be the right play? Geek Fam pushed away 4 members, and it seems like Aura Fire can somehow get a hold on the defense. Meanwhile, 1 member was taking care of that Lord, so a very, very good play by Aura Fire. It is another reset.
The best defense is offense, Arashi, and you can see it from Aura. They just go guns blazing. You want to go for the siege? Nah, we're jumping in with a Cult Altar. And Elzura, he didn't have that Cult Altar yet. So again, it comes down to Elzura and Facehugger.
When it comes down to the all-in team fights like that, the Cult Altar presence is going to be massive, and we have seen it for a lot of different teams. If you have the Cult Altar, you essentially have a free, clear Lord card, unless Geek Fam wants to actually push the tempo and fight them at their own game. But as you mentioned, that requires Elzura to have a Cult Altar of himself prepared as well. So now it's back to the siege game, the pick-off game for the side of Geek Fam, and for the most part, they're content just waiting because they have been able to actually get the jump, get the advantage on Aura Fire in all of these objective team fights.
Fluffy is rather... Yeah, his HP is amazing. I mean, 3 Guardian helmets in hand.
My god, and the Twilight Armor.
And the Twilight Armor just adds more oomph to this guy. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, if we're taking a look at the items here, Cho sold one of his items, but of course, Elzura, he opted to build a Radiant Armor here on that Valentina, so semi-hybrid it seems like.
Yeah, it's a very interesting build that Geek Fam have gone for, especially Elzura here, because they are actually trying to just funnel the Beatrix, in my opinion, right now. I don't think the Valentina does enough damage alone. She's mostly just going to be providing utility. Again, by stealing away the Cult Altar, by terrifying, using her CC in her kit against her opponents most of the time to enable that Beatrix to deal damage. I don't know, Rashi, do you think Geek Fam should just, make Elzura build more of those offensive items? Because right now it does seem like they are lacking in that late stage damage output with just the Beatrix alone.
Well, the Beatrix can do more than enough damage for the team if he's left alone. So Elzura can be a bit more aggressive, can be a bit more playmaking heavy if he has more defensive items. With the Radiant Armor, he can neutralize a lot of damage coming in from the Amon, the Matilda, and from the Paramis as well. All those damage sources do multiple instances, which the Radiant Armor works very well against. For Kadira, he has the Athena shields just in case Hai makes a big play. But now Geek Fam, they're back at it again, and Godiva is already way, way too low.
Yep, Godiva is low, but Fluffy doesn't care. He wants to penetrate the back line. Cult Altar has been popped, but take a look at this. The response, Hai, using that shard, isn't able to take down. Remember, Beloyski with the Wave Dragon, gonna also time. Kabuki gets taken down. Geek Fam, they are trying to engage. His Facehugger will be able to escape with that guiding. But take a look at the flicker play. Elzura, he wants war as he takes 1 member, and that is Facehugger.
Such a good engage and a re-engage from Geek Fam with the Cult Altar, saving it for the last moment there. Elzura, definitely the man of the match, the man of the play right there in that team fight, as that just enabled Geek Fam to pop off in the team fight and to secure the Lord presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And it looks like Geek Fam wants to go for the end right here with the Evolved Lord.
Oh, Aura's fighting is difficult because they can't dictate the fights right here. Godiva and Fluffy go back in again, but there's only 2 of them against 3 members coming in from Geek Fam, 4 even. And Godiva will be sacrificed.
Oh no.
or not.
Desperate play there from side of Geek Fam. Seems like the Lord here evolves. Wave Dragon connects on towards Fluffy. Can he escape this one? As yet, a lot of burst damage. Pop, Call of Alter pops forth there, but Kadira taking a lot of damage. Still has that Immortal, but it was an outplay. The Lord now, that is going to be the main focus. Immortal pops left and right here, but the Lord is going to be refocused, and as well as the base is now exposed as Geek Fam looks for the end. And game number 1, the Geek Fam, they take this game.
A very good game by Geek Fam here, securing the game in terms of that objectives, using it, creating map pressure, and overwhelming Aura Fire, who wants to go for those crazy team fights to flip the game. But Geek Fam, they stayed disciplined. They knew the keys to victory, Arashi.
It's insane. They played it so disciplined, as you mentioned. That is in the win conditions, and that is the real question we've been asking. Can they match Aura when the games go to that late stage game when they're not snowballing? And the answer apparently is yes, because Aura, they were having momentum the whole game until that one moment where Geek Fam understood the assignment and they found opportunities and they just turned it around with the superior engage, with the superior pick-off potential. We can see that Kabuki was constantly picked off and he wasn't able to do a lot compared to Kadira, who has a lot more free reign, despite the fact that there are 2 assassins on the side of Aura Fire.
It's really hard for Kabuki to stay relevant in that game just based on that fact, Arashi, 2 assassins. And it seems like Geek Fam, yeah, they understood the assignment, they know their winning conditions, they played it very, very patiently. Remember, they were, 7,000 economies ahead? And it doesn't really, it shows that they are still patient, and for side of Aura Fire, it is one, they're the ones who seems to were very lost.
The little holes in Aura Fire's game, man. Geek Fam were able to capitalize on every single thing, every single mistake, and it does seem like Aura Fire's one-dimensional teamfight heavy composition has finally been exposed by Geek Fam. They're able to read out the situations really well. Disengage from the forced engages coming in from the side of Aura, and also again re-engage perfectly, using that Cult Altar, stealing it away at the right time, making those clutch plays happen.
Kadira's Beatrix brings a new hope for Geek. Their job here is not done though. Mirko and as well as Arashi, it is still 1-0, but a very, very positive start here to open week 4. Geek Fam, can they close this series out the next game, or will Aura Fire actually bounce back? Item builds will come shortly here. Arashi, please take the stage.
We take a look at the item for this really, really late game in match number 1. And I think the items for the most part are full build. I wonder if Kadira actually sold one of his items for an Immortal in that last moment. We'll have to confirm if we can see on the replay, but he was just playing phenomenally. And right here you can see that he has 2 defensive items, and that's because that's what he needs to do. He is the main damage dealer for Aura Fire, and if he doesn't get picked off, if he doesn't get one shot, he can do a lot of damage. That has always been the main assignment, and you can see in that final fight, he was really, really low, but he is able to kite back as everyone just scrambles to save his life. And that's just the way it plays out. Aura Fire, they have an assassin, but they're unable to get those very, very valuable pickoffs, and it's just not their style, right? Fluffy on a hero without crowd control that can't make insane plays. Kabuki as well, not on those dynamic gold laners. I think it just really shows that Aura Fire, they need to be the ones in control. They need to be the ones that actually dictate the pace in order to actually get an advantage. Godiva on the Matilda, like you can see that he tries to start fights again and again, but without something really some really solid crowd control, he's unable to keep Geek Fam in place for his team to fight with the Cult Altar.
The issue is Fluffy, Godiva, and as well as High, they are all targeting one person. That is one person only, and that is Kadira. Meanwhile, once Kadira got picked off earlier, every member from the side of Geek Fam, they repaired that mistake. They are covering all 4 side of Kadira. And take a look at the post-game, ladies and gentlemen. The carry, of course, Kadira.
Oof. Rich guy and the carry. This man, he has shown very, very great performances, and today was no different. He just has a lot of damage, and he really knows what to do at what situation. So a lot of experience being shown by him, because he knows exactly which weapon to use while moving forward, while moving backwards, and occasionally, despite the fact that the most of Aura will be jumping on him, he just knows when to use that flicker aggressively for maximum value. The MVP for that first game by the Samsung Galaxy A series will be Kadera 717, and soon we'll take a look at some MVP highlights to see what exactly he's able to do for his team to guarantee their success.
Yeah, I mean, with an 82% KP, this guy deserves to be an MVP, but in my heart, I feel like based on that game, the MVP should be Elzura. That Valentina has created a lot of impact. Remember, he pressed that ultimate, the Cult of Altar, stolen by Feramis, just on the nick of time. And I feel like that just changes the game. In a bit, we will see the highlight here presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Arashi, walk us through it.
Well, this is the earlier fights here. Level 4, very, very early on, Aura were able to get the advantage here. They just had a lot more damage. They have an Assassin and a Faramis. They can just do a lot of fights in the early skirmishes. And you can see, later on, this is the main fight that turns everything around. After that, every time there's a Lord fight, Janna Cutie was just able to get a lot more value. And right there, everyone was trying to focus down Janna. If you saw, the rest of Aura, right here, they were focusing on Janna as much as possible. But then Kadera just slips in undetected and starts shotgunning everyone in the face. That just does too much damage. And right here, I think he keeps going and even flickers forward to ensure that Fluffy gets taken out. So he just knows exactly when he can afford to be a lot more aggressive. And that is so important as a gold laner, knowing when to be safe and when to back away when it's the opportune moment. Right here, you see that everyone, they just keep targeting Kadera for the most part, but he's able to survive. And again, turning the fight around with the Cult Altar. I think that is the strategy that Geek Fam is able to execute so well. And on the other hand, you see, whenever like Geek Fam pull the trigger and goes against Aura, they're able to pick off Kabuki of all people, which allows them to just get so much advantage in the later stage of the game. Right here though, I wasn't sure if Kadera purchased the Immortal before or after the fight, but regardless, he's just able to deny any kind of counterplay coming in from Aura Fire.
Yeah, he got that before actually in the top side fight, before the big fight erupted. But back again, Gani, I actually agree that, you know, Chidera, yeah, I think Chidera deserves that MVP because Elzura, he did make a moment, one moment in particular there to basically secure the Lord, to secure the objective because it was a very fresh play. But you can't just be fresh for one moment. You need to be fresh the entire game. Stay fresh, ladies and gentlemen, especially with the new Axe effect.
The better you smell, the better you play. Play more confidently with Axe Dual Action. Well, technology that provides up to 48 hours. That's 2 days, folks, of freshness. Hurry up and buy Axe right here, not right here, but right now.
Right now.
Just right now. And you can get prizes up to tens of, a lot of prizes.
A lot of prizes. Again, the better you smell, the better you play. Cho was a hero we saw just now. Gushin, not a hero that we haven't seen Gushin in such a long time, but Cho, he's fresh. That's why Beloyski was able to get the victory on that show. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to go and get yourself the new Axe effect, you can always use Grab. There's always Grab Mart, but I personally use Grab to get food. With the Grab food discount right here, 50,000 now. It used to be 20,000 last week. Now it's 50K with grb.to/MPL. Or scan the QR code right there below Arashi.
I'm so used to the X Grab, but yeah, the QR code right here. Actually, if you just don't want to punch it in, you just can't remember it, the QR code will do. So stay tuned and take advantage because that's what you need to do to win games, even in Mobile Legends, right? Take full advantage of what is given to you.
Take full advantage indeed, but take a look at the stage once again, ladies and gentlemen. Aura Fire and as well as Geek Fam, they are still in preparation mode for Game 2. The question now, this begs the question, right? Can Aura Fire equalize here in this particular game? Or actually, Geek Fam can take the momentum and win it 2-0?
Aura don't really do well in prolonged series, Arashi, usually, especially the late games, right? Like we've seen many times before that the losses that Aura Fire takes are usually the ones where the enemy team are able to push it all the way to that late stage of the game. Now though, after a 20-minute game, will Aura Fire be able to regroup, stay calm, stay collected for the next one? Or perhaps will Geek Fam be able to capitalize on Aura Fire, who are now going to be
Behind.
significantly less confident coming into Game 2?
It's funny because for both these teams, it seems like they're just so similar, right? Have an advantage in the early game. The question is, can they actually survive in the late game? That's the same question for both these teams, and Aura at least has shown that they have evolved a lot more compared to Geek Fam, but you never know, man. This game, MPL is just so exciting. You never know until it's really over. So I think Aura Fire, they have to switch it up though. If they want to go up against Geek Fam and their early aggression, they need to be the ones to dictate the pace, because if they don't have Godiva making all these crazy plays for them, that is already a completely different, less fearsome Aura Fire.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like that Godiva on the Matilda is so hard to make a play, and Kabuki on a Clint. I mean, yeah, sure, Clint can give out damage, but it is not really a play-making hero. So perhaps in Game 2, the draft should be more around the flashy heroes for Kabuki. Let's take a look at the recap here, folks. And it seems like 157,000 worth of damage for Kadira. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fluffy will be the impact player for our Fire.
Fluffy was one of the only people able to take down Kadira with that really insane pick with the Masha, abusing the kit that the Masha has to destroy squishies. Unfortunately, once that happens once, Geek Fam just completely adjusted and he was unable to replicate the same kind of success.
And now it comes down to, again, what Gani mentioned earlier. Kabuki didn't get his playmaking heroes. And when he doesn't get those playmaking heroes, you can see on the Clint, he didn't really have much of an impact. He just stayed behind, but that's not Kabuki. Kabuki's the hard carry of the team, Gani. But speaking of brutality, cute
but brute.
But a brute. Number 3, average kill in MPL ID Season 10 with 4 kills per game. Cute but brute. I like that for Jana. Well, you know, Jana, you know why it's cute? Why? Jana, QT, get it?
Oh.
Because of the QT behind his name.
There you go.
It's cute but brute.
The self-proclaimed cutie from the side of Geek Fam.
I like his old name, Hades. Imagine, right? Like if he has the Hades name still now.
Hades cutie.
Very intimidating.
KPG.
Hades cutie.
The killer. The
Very intimidating.
Underworld king.
Underworld king, but yeah, now it's Jana Cutie. So.
You know, yeah, I can relate to him. Because, we're what we call in Indonesia, bucin.
Oh.
We are slaves to love.
I relate to that as well.
Whoa. To
There you
Kufra?
go. Yeah. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the draft for Game 2, numero 2, between Geek Fam as well as Aura Fire. Aura Fire now will have the second pick, but Geek Fam already the switch up here. Kadita and as well as Faramis banned out. So Kadita, of course, a respect ban. Meanwhile, Aura Fire still with their same approach as they did in Game 1. Natalia and as well as 1-1 ban.
Let's see here in game number 2. Again, it does seem like Aura Fire are sticking with the same exact bans here. Rashikani, it's the 1-1, it's the Natalia. The Franco might just be next because for the side of Geek Fam, they ban literally the same things too, except they ban out the Faramis. So they are forcing Aura now, who are going to ban. They have the final ban in the first phase. Geek Fam, are forcing Aura to ban out either Valentina, Akai, or maybe possibly even the Franco. 3 bans or 3 heroes left open. I think Aura might as well just leave it open so that they can just counter it by picking up 2 in the first phase.
So they can ban the Franco, making sure that Geek Fam loses that very effective roamer in the hands of Boloisky, and then afterwards they can match the prior picks from Geek Fam with prior picks of their own, but Aura, they opt for the Yeef ban instead. So for Geek Fam, they have so many heroes, as we mentioned earlier. What will they pick off? Because if they pick Franco so early in the game, it's going to be a bit too costly. Akai will be the first pick.
Julian?
Valentina and Beatrix. Oh, there you go. That's the key. Again, giving Kabuki his playmaking hero, securing a utility kind of hero in the mid lane for Facehugger. There you go. That's Aura Fire's response. But Geek Fam have a chance to pick up the signature Boloisky Franco. The Branco. Boloisky Franco.
Boloisky Franco. Will we see that Franco comes in? And I feel like another solid pick for side of Geek Fam should be Esmeralda here, just to close out the first phase, or even Luke on that Paquito.
Yeah, I think the Paquito works better here because if they go for the Esmeralda or a Fire, we know every single time their opponents pick up Esmeralda, they go for the Dairoth almost instantaneously. So here, I do agree with the pick that they can go for. Not Esmeralda though, but Kiro and the Franco would be two heroes that are just amazing to take, but they don't go for either. They go for Claude and Matilda. Claude obviously sitting at a 37% win rate, but still having a very high pick rate, Arashi.
Wow, we talked about how the roamer needs to be very aggressive, very playmaking heavy, but when there's an Akai on the team, you can offset a bit of the engage responsibility onto those tankier heroes like the Akai. So Baloyski will be on the Matilda, aggressive in the early game, but not as heavy with the playmaking. Although with the Claude on their team as well, they can initiate a big dive towards the Beatrix. So Kabuki might have to be careful, although getting a Wind of Nature will be enough to deny the Blazing Duet damage.
Well, we'll see here what is going to be the response by the side of Geek Fam. Seems like they will go for that Dicky ban here, perhaps signaling another CC hero in the last pick, or just to solidify their Claude in that gold lane. We'll have to see here. Aura of Fire, what will they prio here in the second phase? They need burst, so I expect them to perhaps pick up a jungler that can burst. Karina should be prioritized by Aura of Fire.
Julian, I think Julian is another option that we've seen many times. Maybe Geek Fam can actually ban that out for against Aura Fire here. But again, we're going to talk a little bit about the gold laners who played such a big factor in the first game, especially Chadera here. His signature hero is Wanwan Arashi, but on that Beatrix, he was lethal.
Yep, and honestly, Kabuki has a lot more reputation, but Kadera, relatively unknown coming into this season, but already doing so much, having a lot more notoriety in the current situation. The Masha will be banned out by Aura Fire, so they don't want to deal with those beefy frontliners, because if Geek Fam has an Akai and a Masha, that's a lot of damage that they can actually withstand coming in from Kabuki.
I feel like, take a look at Kadira, right? I mean, just based on his presence, he's hungry. He's hungry to win. And it seems like Aura Fire now with the first pick will pick up a Lolita. Makes sense here. Covering that Blazing Duet, provide cover as well for Kabuki.
It's a very good pick to counter the Claude, but what are you going to do when an Akai is using the heavy spin on you? Numenon Blast going to be cancelled very easily. Even the Matilda can just bring the other members out of that Numenon Blast range so easily. So Geek Fam now with the last two picks, they can actually be a little bit more, a little bit more flexible when it comes down. Playful even in that mid lane, as they need to secure an XP lane and a mid laner.
Lilia is good here.
Lilia would be, I think Lilia is a solid choice. Yeah, Lilia would be a solid choice here. Other than that though, for the XP, I do think that up against a Paquito, limited hero picks, limited hero, I don't know, Cho and Daira.
Wow. Full dive.
Cho mid.
Is it a mid Matilda?
Last time we saw this was ONIC.
Okay.
So Sans played the Cho as a mid laner, and Samo was playing the Matilda. So now will we see the same, or will we see Beloy on that Cho? Because Aura, they pick up the Julian. Like I mentioned, that's not banned, and I think they're going to be comfortable on that.
I think Geek has a lot more dive coming in, but Aura has a lot of crowd control and, more importantly, area crowd control to deny the dive coming from Geek Fam. I think we saw Taz play the mid lane Cho as well, full damage, able to delete the opposing team's Beatrix every single team fight. So that can be a strategy that they go for here. Although against Aura, it's easier said than done, because if you're used to just diving in, you know what makes it very difficult to dive in. So with the AoE knockups, AoE stuns, Numenon Blast, and the Empowered Chain from Aura Fire, I think they have a good chance in counter-engaging Geek Fam instead.
We'll have to see the outcome. And ladies and gentlemen, let's witness game number 2 between Geek Fam and Aura Fire. Still with the Scassers here, and let's just jump straight away to the Land of Dawn. Can Geek Fam close the series out, or will Aura Fire force a game 3? Ladies and gentlemen, grab your popcorns. Let's see.
Let's see here as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Gani Arashi. Oh, there's already a little bit of a skirmish early game here, but Jana QT is definitely going to have a better time in the jungle. I've been playing the Akai in ranked, and I have to say, I think he is the most broken hero in the game right now. the amount of damage you deal, how tanky you are, how good you are in the engages and disengages, it's so unreal. This hero is really broken.
A lot of challenge from side of RFI. Remember, realizing that High will be on that magic shop as well. So a lot of, I feel like, neutral objectives is going to be at a disadvantage for side of RFI here. Mid-side Elzura with this Matilda will try to give damage towards Godiva and as well as Facehugger, but no commitments just yet from both teams.
Azura is playing that Matilda mid. We have seen that with the right items, it can do a lot of burst damage, but only if there's only one individual. So the strategy for Geek Fam will be to go for those picks instead, because in the team fights, I think Azura will end up playing a bit more of a utility role. Kadira right now is still doing pretty well going up against Kabuki on the Beatrix, but Aura is already waiting for an opportunity to try and make something happen.
Yeah, we'll see here. Oh, Godiva stole that creeps away. And yeah, in the mid-side, you can see here, High as well as Facehugger duoing in the mid-side. Baloyski with this show actually provides a lot of utility. Remember that Numion Blast also can be cancelled by that Jet Kundo with the right timing.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things that can actually cancel out the Numion Blast here, but like I mentioned, Janna's going to have a very, very good time in the jungle as compared to High here, but Hai's really moving around in that mid lane a lot. He's trying to get pressure for the rest of the team so that they can actually contest for the turtle, which is already being started up by Janna. Facehugger takes away that heavy spin.
Yeah, Facehugger here will have that heavy spin. Valoisky jumps into the mid side, will take a lot of damage, but with that guiding him, will not be able to survive as the first blood will fall to the hands of Facehugger. Aura Fire manages to reset the Lord now. Will they force a fight once again?
Oh, it's going to be very, very risky. Numion Blast!
Numion Blast comes in, and the Lord will be stolen by the side of Aura Fire now. Janna Cutie will try to escape as Luke falls in that Lord pit. And yeah, Geek Fam just lost in all aspects.
Yeah, this time, so Aura actually learned from their mistakes. The mistake that they made in the last game was that every single time they went for the contest in the neutral objectives, they only focused on the kills, only focused on the team fight. This time, they went for the team fight, but it was all just to secure an objective. So we're already seeing the progression for Aura Fire since game number 1. And it's looking pretty good here, Arashi.
Earlier in the previous game, though, we did see that they were very content going for the pickoff onto Baloyski instead of the objective instead. So with Baloyski out of the picture, there's not really any real threats from the side of Geek Fam, and they are just happy to just take the objective and then afterwards engage Geek Fam in that fight with the man advantage. So it's already a lot more solid performance, but we have seen it before, and Geek Fam still has a chance on turning it back around as Blazing Duet's already used and 3 members are on top side.
Yeah, Blazing Duet just to clear the waves here. Aura Fire, they are hovering top side. A good read there by Claude just to clear the waves with that Blazing Duet to rotate faster. Now, we can see Jet Kundo Baloyski with that Wave Dragon will not be able to outcome towards anything. He gets taken down.
Oh, this is not looking good, especially with the damage that's just being dished out. Oh,
almost that Beatrix with that sniper.
Oh my god,
Januki Yuti actually gets caught with that flicker. Numion Blast catches 2 in the mid side, and Janna Cutie and Elzura falls.
And Godiva gets both of those kills. Man, even under your turret, you're not safe up against this composition from Aura. You know, when you just look at it, wait a minute, fight.
Where Dragon connects onto Kabuki, but actually that's a mistake. Kabuki providing enough damage onto Kadira, and Geek Fam, they are starting to lose their rhythm here.
Again, at hindsight, when you look at Aura Fire's composition, it should be a front-to-back composition. They're playing for the Beatrix, but no, it's a dive comp too. They just go in with the resources that they have. They choose to go aggressively, and Luke is next.
Another mistake here, perhaps. Godiva is looking for the stun, doesn't really connect here as Aura Fire, they are establishing a very healthy lead here in the first 5 minutes.
Honestly, Geek Fam has a lot more dive potential and mobility, but when it comes to crowd control and burst, Aura has a lot more in that department, so they have a lot more advantage in the early game, and they have a lot more advantage when it comes to pickoffs, because for the side of Geek Fam, okay, Cho as well as the Akai can set something up, but who is going to actually do the burst damage? There's not really that much until later on in the game. But we hear Godiva gets jumped on.
Where Dragon connects on towards Godiva here. Heavy spin just to provide enough cover as Godiva will be the right target perhaps. Yeah, he gets taken down, but take a look at the re-engage. Aura Fire, they want more is high. Gets the jungler, Janakichi falls. And at the end of the day, it will be 1-for-1, but never mind. It's Kabuki. The game sense is unreal.
Get him out of here! He's using map hacks! Oh my god! Kabuki! That game sense, the instincts! It almost seems like a map hack because of how on point and the fact that he didn't hesitate to just shoot that bush down. But every single member from Aura, they are popping off in game number 2. 6,000 gold lead in 6 minutes of play. That's a 1,000 gold lead per minute, man.
Yeah, see your 2 structures will fall here, Arashi. What does this mean?
Well, it means that Geek Fam are looking for a play on the other side of the map, though. That won't be working out. Aura Fire will be able to pick up one more turret for essentially free. So now with that control, Aura can continue to go for the pick-up strategy that's been using. And now Geek Fam, they're cut off away from their own base.
Yeah, mid-side will fall as well. Luke forces Flicker away from that enhanced chain. Geek Fam, they are getting dismantled. Boloiski here, force the Flicker away now. Or Fire looks for a fight. Jana QT takes that recipient. Oh, 1 HP. Can he escape this one? This nice will not connect as Elzura is there to body block that bullet. And no casualties here, but still Aura Fire expanding their space.
And again, it comes down to, Kabuki getting his comfort, getting his play-making heroes to actually dictate the game with the help of his team. As you can see, once they get going, they go for these objectives, but they need to secure those early game skirmishes first. And man, Aura Fire, again, they're just using it so well.
Ooh, take a look at that snipe. 1 bullet. Nasty damage there. Forward side of John and QT, and now Fluffy here, being the frontliner, will try to somehow create something, but then again, of course, Aura Fire, they will not forget about the neutral objectives. Situation here, what do you think, Arashi?
Alright, they just continuously just bursting down the members of Geek Fam, and you know, if it doesn't get a kill, it's fine, because then they can use a snipe to pick it up afterwards, and Fluffy gets picked off. Numeron Blast gets cancelled as well.
A lot of resources used on towards Luke. Aura Fire might look for a fight here. QT is somehow isolated there in the mid side, but now Godiva taking that Jet Kundo, Baloyski, that was a misplay there. And actually, Aura Fire, they are able to somehow equalize, taking 1 man down. And now they want the mid side. They will definitely get it here, as Geek Fam will not be able to defend that one. A reset, we'll see here. Can Aura Fire close this game fast?
I mean, it really does seem like Aura Fire wants to close the game as fast as possible. The fact that they haven't slowed down at all, even though the Lord is not up, even though these neutral objectives aren't up. And again, this comes down to their gameplay, their playstyle, Rashi. They are fine with losing objectives here and there as long as they're able to force these team fights to happen against the Geek Fam. And right now, it does seem as though Aura have so much pressure on the map that Geek Fam cannot even go for any trades. They went for that top side, but Aura with the instant response as Godiva jumps in with a stun.
Wait, Aura Fire, they just have a lot more crowd control and burst at this point. And the fact that they are 8.5k gold ahead really doesn't help the case of Geek Fam at all. So Geek Fam, at any moment, not a single person on their team can actually withstand the damage. We saw that Jenna Cutie on the Akai can be chunked to half HP with a single shot from Kabuki. He only has a read in armor. He does not have enough physical defense to withstand the burst coming in because Aura has such a diversity in their damage sources.
Oh, they really need to stay very, very disciplined, though, for the side of Aura, because Geek Fam still have a chance to come back in this game. The Claude has completed the Golden Staff, now working onto a Wind of Nature. That's going to be the power spike for him, because he can now, well, when he gets that Wind of Nature, he can actually go and dive into that backline without really thinking about too much from that Beatrix damage with the Wind of Nature. So it's all going to come down to that. If they are actually able to pull off that kind of fight, enabling Chadera on the Claude, they might still be able to come back, but again, Kabuki got the snipe onto Chadera. Chadera might have to back off now. No, he just pops into regeneration, but look at the conceal play.
Okay, Luke here trying to find a play, and take a look at this as High actually gets caught, and Lord, it will fall into the hands of Jana QT. And now as you can see, Bloisky, actually the first and only member to fall here, but Aura Fire, they want blood here as Kadira runs with that BMI. And still, Aura of Fire, they lost the Lord. Wow.
Beautiful play by Geek Fam. Again, Aura of Fire needs to stay disciplined. They can't really give the space over to Geek Fam to make those kind of plays. And Arashi, we're seeing it here. Aura of Fire, when they are ahead, they go straight for the Lord. They go straight for the objectives, not really caring about that wave manipulation. The wave was too open for Geek Fam, and Geek Fam knew it. They took the chance and they stole the Lord away.
The macro play from Aura of Fire can definitely be a bit more effective, especially with, as you say, wave management, putting a lot of pressure onto Geek Fam without exactly using heroes, right? So right now, Aura of Fire, they still have the advantage, but Geek Fam is looking for plays.
Oh, we have Dragon Glass onto Kabuki. This is it. The AoE in that Blazing Duet will not be able to escape. Take a look at Luke in the backside. He will retreat, and Jana QT will force to use that heavy spin to escape. And that engage by Beloyski is just shown that, yeah, the power from side of Aura of Fire is just too much.
Again, it comes down to Kabuki. He was able to pop that Wind of Nature so fast, that reaction time, and man, get this man out of the game. Kabuki is just styling on Geek Fam right now. Arashi, how fast do you need to be to pop the Wind of Nature while you're getting GQ'd, while you're getting CC'd?
I think he must have had an inkling of what's going to happen. Right on, Geek Fam go for a play again, high over the target.
Engage and two members from side of Aura. Shut it down. And now if Dragon connects onto a Space Hugger, this is not a good time for the side of Aura of Fire. And now Beloyski will connect that Jet Kundo. Space Hugger falls. 3 members now down by the side of Aura of Fire. On the other side, Godiva here is being chased by 2 members. He will not be able to escape as Kadira with that DHS is just able to chunk this man's down. And of course, with the help of Elzura, Godiva will fall. Oh my god! Oh, Godiva with the delay. Actually, Kadira gets one, but Elzura gets down as well. Fluffy trying to make the play here. Blazing Duets will not be able, will have enough damage to take this guy down. Killing spree for Luke.
Again, Aura of Fire, they had the lead, they had the game, but what do? They keep going for fights. Arashi, we were mentioning how crazy that Wind of Nature was, but he used it in the fight prior to this, yet they still tried to force something. Geek Fam, very well played by them because they know Kabuki used the Wind of Nature earlier. They punish him completely, jumping in and capitalizing on Aura of Fire, who weren't disciplined there. They kept going for fights and they kept just being, they kept on pushing on the pace.
Geek Fam, man, they just understood that, okay, the outplay tools that Aura of Fire has, the Wind of Nature, the ultimates, the positioning, the control, wasn't there. And so we already mentioned that Geek Fam has a very strong, fast dive composition, and they do just that. Without any crowd control available to stop Kadira from the Blazing Duet, they just instantly takes out High as well as Kabuki. This is the weakness from Aura of Fire. They are, for the most part, very, very squishy.
Very squishy now, Aura of Fire. They're looking for a play here. Fluffy. Enhanced Chains connects on towards Jana. He will retreat. And with this Lord here, that is now enhanced. Can they capitalize on it? Top side needs to be cleared, especially from side of Aura of Fire. And yeah, Aura of Fire. Beloyski with the conceal will not be able to connect on towards anyone just yet. A disengage by both teams.
But look again, it's a disengage for Aura of Fire, but Geek Fam, they used that time to actually create space in the bottom side. They cleared out that bottom side, slow pushing it to create more pressure and to have that position in that bottom side. Arashi, Aura of Fire now realizing that they've sent Fluffy up top to do the same thing.
Oh, it's a different spot for both teams right now because Geek Fam, they can't repeat the same success because right now Aura of Fire will be a lot more respectful of their burst potential and they won't risk it unless they know Kabuki is in safe hands with crowd control, with protection, and with the Wind of Nature. So Aura of Fire, they're trying to play it as good as possible. Geek Fam will need to try and do something unexpected, but at this point, they can only rely on the Akai or Beloyski, and you can see Aura of Fire, they very much respect the potential for Beloyski to try and make the huge play with the Way of the Dragon.
It's the Lord dance right now. Both teams are just making the Lord move back and forth here and there just to create pressure. Again, micromanaging the waves. And it's all going to come down to macro here in this 14th minute. Because whoever has better wave control, wave manipulation, they will have an edge coming out to this team fight. As you can see, Geek Fam slow push that bottom side again, getting rid of that mid lane and having that top side pressure equaled. This will make Geek Fam have more pressure in this Lord fight.
Both teams, they are still dancing around the Lord here. Both teams still waiting for the right engage, for the right timing here. Beloyski with that Jet Kundo perhaps is looking for a play. Seems like both teams taking this rather patiently here.
Exactly. Kabuki's a
Facehugger with the connection there. Jana QT is the target. High jumps in immediately, but Jana QT with that habit spin will come in as well. Noonan Blast Facehugger wants to flicker away, but now on the backside actually look, gets taken down, and Kabuki will force the members of Geek Fam to back away with a major bombs, and Beloyski gets deleted. And now it seems like 3 members runs out of Geek Fam is down as Aura Fire looks for a disengage.
Oh my goodness, Kabuki again with the plays, but look, Aura, they're looking for it. Jana opens up the map.
Just opens up the map here. No commitments for a fight just yet. Both teams here. Aura Fire with the edge. They will commit to this Lord. Can Jana QT take the Lord here? Steal it away. Heavy spin connects. Jana QT taking a lot of damage.
Oh no.
Blast will not connect. But what? The Lord! The Lord is resetted, ladies and gentlemen. Geek Fam is able to delay the Lord push.
Oh no, Aura made the wrong call. They went to just take Jana QT down to enable the fact that they won't have a contest, but Jana was able to get away. Godiva did not use his flicker with his Numnon Blast, and now the Geek Fam members have gotten back up. Aura Fire, they have, their gold lead has been slimmed down to just a 1.6k, and Geek Fam might be able to actually force a fight this time around. Chadera has the purple, has the orange. That's a double buff Claude.
That's double buff Claude that can be a very fearsome with the sprint coming up soon, but he gets chunked down by Kabuki. When the dance goes longer and longer like this, Kabuki has more opportunities to try and chunk the members down, because again, we talk about the range advantage, and still, at this moment, anyone can't really just tank damage from Kabuki without really feeling it, you know? Every single time he lands, Geek Fam will have a lot more pressure on their hands, so this is very close. It will come down to who gets the bigger play happening.
Beloyski can steal play here, looking for the CSC. Guiding Wind actually circling Eagle connects on towards the Godiva. Will not be committed by the side of Geek Fam here. Aura Fire finally recollects, and now Fluffy looks for a flank. Is this a mistake here as 4 members in the area? But the Lord will be secured by the side of Kabuki as Facehugger with that heavy spin connects on towards one. Godiva gets taken down as well. Immortal Pops. Godiva will not be able to survive. I might be wrong. He gets taken down. As High looks for an escape. Aura Fire there in shambles right now. It's all Immortals popped left and right. High. Fluffy gets taken down. And now Geek Fam, they will look for the end. Geek Fam in the series might close out the game.
They lose the Lord, but they win the team fight. A storyline that we have seen so many times in Season 10, and they will have to defend. They're not going to be able to end just yet with the Enhanced Lord coming down in the mid lane, but Arashi, talk to me. What happened?
I don't even know, man. It just happened so fast. Aura were just unable to actually withstand the damage coming from Geek Fam. We saw that Kadera only got like half the duration of the Blazing Duet onto the priority members of Aura Fire, but that was already way more than enough. And they just get overrun by the mobility, by the shielding of the side of Geek Fam. So that is exactly what they were trying to go for. Because again, as you mentioned, they were focusing on making sure they get the Lord. Maybe they should have retreated after getting that Lord and then went for a more advantageous fight. So right now, they just lost the Empowered Lord, and it's back to square one for both these teams.
But again, if we're talking about that late game, Chadera has the game in his hands with the Claude. If he's able to look for those crazy engages with his Blazing Duet and getting those Prio members down with his damage output, then it will mean the game for Geek Fam. Aura Fire's gold lead has shrunken all the way to 0. Now it's actually Geek Fam who've picked the pace up. 19 minutes in, it's time to take a look at the items again. Arashi, just look at the Claude.
Full items as well as the Athena shield, just in case Facehugger tries to do something about it, or maybe High tries to burst him down with his magical damage. But for the side of Aura Fire, as you can see, the only real tank member is Lolita and the Paquito, who is like semi-fighter with the Hunter Strike as well. So Kadera on the Cloud can do a lot of damage. They need to start saving some kind of utility, some kind of crowd control to make sure that the Blazing Duet does not land on multiple people, because that is the win condition for Geek Fam.
A lot of winning conditions here for Geek Fam and Aura Fire. 30 seconds, 35 seconds to the next Lord. Can Aura Fire now close this, well, this Lord, right? Because last time around, sure, they got the Lord, but actually 3 members were taken down. That wasn't a good trade. Geek Fam manages to hold on, even though the space that they are lacking, but momentum-wise, actually, Geek Fam, they are ahead. Take a look at the damage dealt by Axe here. Kadera leading the pack, followed by 4 members of Aura Fire. Can they pull it off? Oh, Zura taking a lot of damage there. Not a good sign, but Lord, Evolved Lord, is up now, ladies and gentlemen.
I do want to touch on this, though, because when we take a look at the damage dealt by Axe, it's actually Chadera leading the pack. But remember, Kabuki actually can deal more damage if he's in range with the Wesker, right? And that's exactly what enabled them to secure the Lord. It wasn't high, it wasn't Jana QT, but a concealed play up top.
Concealed play here, Jana QT will pop that heavy spin for that disengage effect. On the other side though, Luke here might be caught, but a very good game sense once again. Yeah, we'll see.
Back again to the point. Kabuki with the Wesker. It wasn't high. It wasn't Jana who took the Lord. It was Kabuki on the Wesker with his ultimate. So with his ultimate, he's actually able to dish out more damage than a Retribution, and now they've gotten full control.
Oh, the Lord actually caught, and now Monium Blast will connect onto his one. The disengage Kadera blazing duet to the backside will cause panic here as Gold Diva and friends will actually looks for an re-engage. Beloyski might be caught, popped Immortal there. And now we can see here Beloyski will not be able to survive. He gets taken down. Kabuki on the other side. Bump that Wind of Nature for escape, and he gets taken down as well. 2 for 1 now as the Lord still falls in hands of Aura Fire.
Oh man, Aura, I don't think they needed to go even deeper now. Without Kabuki, will they be able to secure the game? It's an Evolved Lord marching down in the mid lane, but they have a lot of frontliners for Geek Fam, and Chadera still alive.
4 members looks for the miracle play here. Jana QT will take a lot of damage. He will pop that Immortal. No, Luke actually gets taken down here. And now this is looks for the end. Aura Fire might equalize in this game. A lot of minions here. Kadira gets taken down. Jana QT now might be next, but the base is too exposed, and Aura Fire forced a game 3.
The equalizer in match 1 of week 4. Again, we're going all the way for a best of 3. Aura Fire coming back in this game after getting the pressure early on, losing it in the mid stages, and they were able to secure that neutral objective again with the Beatrix. The trend is whoever picks up the Beatrix wins the game in this series.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's just brains over bronze in the second game, and it seems like Geek Fam, they aren't able to close out the series in a 2-0 fashion. Aura Fire, with their patience, responded back with a very clean last fights there, ladies and gentlemen. The series goes to a 3rd game.
It's just so difficult for us because for Aura Fire, they have a lot more tools available, so they can again and again threaten an engage on one of the members of Geek Fam, and they are forced to use a lot of resources. In the last fight, the heavy spin was already forced to be used from Jana QT, and afterwards, they were just able to get that moment, have that Lord control, and use the crowd control advantage to set up the huge fight with the Numeron Blast and the stolen heavy spin. So, Aura Fire is just so flexible, it's just dangerous, and I think without crowd control, it's going to be so difficult for them to go up against a team that is, it's going to be difficult to punish them when they go for these dangerous maneuvers.
Yeah, indeed, and it seems like it is very clear that Geek Fam and as well as Aura Fire, even though in the winning conditions in the key to victory, they are a team that aren't able to find success in the late game, but both games apparently has gone to 20 minutes plus, so it seems like they have proven themselves that they can also go to the late game.
It does show, though, that, you know, Aura, at one point, they had a 1,000 gold lead per minute, right? They had 1,000 gold lead per minute in the game. I think 8K gold lead in 8 minutes. So, again, they had such a massive lead. The fact that Geek Fam were able to push them back, getting the gold lead and forcing it to go all the way to the distance is something that Aura Fire needs to be concerned with, because it felt like the game was in the bag. At one point, the scoreboard was 9-1. Aura could have just played the discipline game, could have just gone for the Lord with the neutral objectives, taken all the other objectives around the map, and ended the game. But they kept on going for the fights, and in the end, Geek Fam were able to punish them.
I think Aura just needs to understand more, right, when to actually go in and out. I think that is where GeekFam has them beat. Whenever GeekFam goes in for a play, they spot opportunities and they know exactly when the fight is no longer in their favor and they'll back away. That's why the Matilda was so useful for them in this game, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Aura, though, can take inspiration from that and have a bit more, I don't know, wisdom, a bit more control in when they want to keep going or when they want to retreat, because that seems to be the one moment that GeekFam has always been able to punish them at.
Yeah, in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see the item builds here for our second game. It was a pretty long game, 22 minutes game, with a total kill of 19 for our fire, 12 for GeekFam. Item-wise, Arashi, what do you see?
We already mentioned early on the Athena Shield itemization coming in for the side of GeekFam, just in case burst damage is the concern, because for the most part, Aura Fire, they weren't relying on, you know, DPS. Even Kabuki on the Beatrix, he was playing burst, man. Wesker was his main to-go weapon, and he was able to chunk even Janna QT really, really fast. So shows you again how impressive, how amazing this Beatrix is. I think it needs to be picked or banned, man, at this point. It's just way too efficient, way too flexible, and way too effective.
Way too effective indeed. And let's take a look at the post game here. Once again, Kadira being the rich guy and as well as the carry. But now Forgotten One will fall to the side of our fire with high on that Julian actually. But take a look at the numbers here. Damage to tower and as well as neutral objectives, all heavily favoring our fire.
The game shouldn't have gone this far, honestly, Arashi. Again,
Agreed.
right? Aura Fire, they really lacked on that discipline game. Many times they could have just stayed back. They should have just left the team fight, left the vicinity, but they kept on going. In the end, though, Facehugger definitely deserves this MVP, especially in that final fight, getting 2 members with a heavy spin that he stole with the IMU. This MVP is presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series 2, 1, and 12 on the utility mid laner with the CC and obviously with the creativity and the flexibility of the ultimate.
Not to mention the damage, because this, if you guys build, that's a lot of damage, especially when you're actually concerned about Kabuki, right? You're forced to build a lot of physical damage, and he can just do a lot of damage together with Hai, who has the Genius one that can, like, you know, work off each other. Here is the MVP highlights, though. As you can see, all the way, it all just seems to be hanging on the Lord fights, because before that, Aura with this is an insane play here, double kill by Godiva. They just have a lot more burst potential, and look at that. Even when Kadera tries to make a play happen, it just wasn't working out because they get countered, and even when they get the chance to punish Aura Fire, it gets traded back almost immediately due to on the back of that crowd control. And then afterwards, it's just again and again fights around the Lord pit, and it all comes down to who has the better execution and who gets momentum in these fights, because once they do, they can just keep going. And Aura, as you mentioned, Mirko, they lose 2 Immortals here, which is very costly. And GeekFam had a very good opportunity, but unfortunately, Aura gets the momentum back. There were some shaky moments, but overall, in the end, losing Kabuki, they were able to get 4 members available, way more than enough damage in the hands of Hai and Facehugger to just end this game outright.
Yeah, perhaps a lot of overcommitting plays there played by Aura Fire that somehow can actually, you know, end the game faster. The faster could end faster, but unfortunately, because there were too overcommitting, actually GeekFam could sneak in a win earlier. But then again, it is going to be still 1-1. What do you think, Mirko?
I think we gotta take a break here because, again, I need to wash my hair here with Head and Shoulders. Obviously, if you guys want to get that clean wipe out on your dandruff and all the crazy little things that happens in your hair when you don't wash it, you can always use Head and Shoulders to clear it out. Right now, you guys can get it at the nearest mini markets or e-commerces. That's a quote by Tigreal, actually. Fun fact.
That was a quote by Tigreal. But
that's an implosion.
Arashi, are you using Head and Shoulders?
Oh, absolutely. Why would I not? What other option is there to just wipe out all your dandruff, man?
You know what option there is?
Upload something in somewhere.
Yeah. TikTok. You guys can use TikTok right now to upload your excitement watching MPL ID Season 10 and use hashtag MPL celebrations to get attractive prizes during the challenge. And you guys can get yourselves your Samsung phones, perhaps your Secret Lab chair, JBL Quantum, all is going to be up there to give away if you guys upload your excitement and join in on the challenge.
It's very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. MPL Season 10, Week 4. And yeah, the day one is just one game here. Aura Fire and as well as Geek Fam still dead flat 1-1. Best of one, the next game. Who will prevail is the question. Ladies and gentlemen, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will be back for a short after the short break.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
It is still dead even here, folks. In match number 1, the opening match for week 4 between Geek Fam and as well as our Fire. Back with us, casters, Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi here to accompany you throughout the day. But what a series it has been. First game, Geek Fam manages to win in a dominating fashion 1-0, but in the second game, Aura Fire responds back.
But the difference was game number 2 was a bit of a comeback. Well, technically, it's kind of the same then.
It's
Game number 1,
50-50,
game number
it
2,
seems like.
it does feel like Aura have had the better engages, better team fights in the early stage, but Geek Fam are always able to capitalize on that mid-game power spike of their heroes to come back in the game. However, Aura Fire, they were able to stay in the lead for a much longer time in game number 2 because of the impact player you see on your screen, Hai, which is so lethal with his rotations on the Julian, constantly being a threat all over the map.
He was just using the empowered chain again and again, and that just, instead of doing damage, it also sets up the rest of the members to try and follow up on it, which is why it's so scary. Because at some point, you start wondering, right? Is this like a poke attempt to just chunk us down for a bit of a HP? Or is this actually a setup for a huge engage, the way we saw Godiva do earlier in game number 2 with the insane Numeron Blush Flicker combo that allowed him to actually secure 2 kills from Geek Fam. That is why it's so difficult to go up against Aura. You never really know what they're trying to do, right? Sometimes it looks like they're backing away, and then before you know it, you lost 4 members. So Geek Fam has done a great job in like curbing the aggression from Aura and picking fights that they know they have the advantage in. But I think at this point, the available fights, the available opportunities for Geek Fam is a bit too far in between. They need to try and be able to force Aura to making those mistakes instead.
A lot of hesitation as well from the side of Geek Fam were displayed in game 2. Meanwhile, in game 2, Aura Fire, a lot of overcommitments was also displayed by their side. Perhaps that is going to be the reparation here entering game 3. But let's focus on the drafts more, as Tezet and as well as Ruben will definitely share their vision to somehow win, to create chances for each respective team. Enough talk, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into the drafts here. Aura Fire and as well as Geek Fam. Aura Fire now will have the first pick. Same approach as game number 1. Meanwhile, Geek Fam shaking things up here, banning out that Akai and as well as Fanny.
Yeah, for Aura, in the last 2 games, we did actually see the same 2 bans towards 1-1 and Natalia. In game 1, they opted to go for Franco. Game number 2, we saw the Yves ban. So now, I'm really wondering what we're going to see from the side of Aura. And what's interesting is Arashi, Geek Fam have opted to go for that second pick on the red side. A little trend as well that we have seen in the series is that the second pick, the red side team has won every single time. Game 1, Geek Fam were on the red side, Aura were in the red side on game 2, and now Geek Fam coming back into that red side. Gonna go most probably for a ban towards the Kadita here.
Right, the Kadita has not been left open at all. For good reason, right? Godiva can do so much. He's already doing a lot on the Lolita. Imagine the impact he can have on a Kadita instead. So they banned that away, but right now for Aura, they have not banned the Franco or anything else. They're forced to ban the Paramis, and so we have to see if they can go for the Beatrix first pick,
Valentina as well,
or Valentina, because whichever they pick, okay, the other one is going to be picked up by Geek Fam, and I think we have already mentioned that the pattern is that the team that has the Beatrix will actually win the game.
This is so good though by Aura. They noticed that again the Beatrix has been the main reason as to why these teams are winning, as to why they're able to hold their own in the early stage up until the late game. Beatrix is such a prio hero. Aura Fire, they know that, they understand that, and they pick it up as a first pick. This is the first time I think that we've seen a Beatrix first pick in the season, but we know why. This hero is just such a big threat now. But Geek Fam, they responded with the Valentina and the Paquito. Very similar to game number 1. Now that the Beatrix, though, has been picked up by Aura, they might be going for a Claude. But Aura, they secure an Esmeralda and a Yves. So again, this combination, Rashi, that we've seen many times, Beatrix, Yves.
And the scary part is we don't know where the Esmeralda is going to go, because with Aura Fire, it's just never that straightforward. For the side of Geek Fam, the fact that the game is so dependent on the gold laners doing well, it really seems like it's a huge showdown between Kabuki and Kadera. So Beatrix gets picked up, and Geek Fam, understanding that there's not a lot of other options for a solid late game carry, big burst damage gold laner, they go for the Cloud pick, even though it feels quite early in the banning phase.
Well, we have to once again see Beatrix going up against Claude. In that second game, actually, Kadira, sure, he was relevant, he has impact, but if you compare it to Kabuki, it was a different story. Now, second phase, Geek Fam, they will have to limit perhaps the jungles here for the side of Aura, but no, it's actually Godiva. Yeah, they are trying to limit the options for Godiva. Immediate response here from side of Aura Fire, realizing game 1, Geek Fam first picked in the second phase that Balman, and they will somehow eliminate that option.
Yeah, Bellman in the jungle on the hands of Jana QT was just... He had such a big impact in game number 1, securing a whole lot of neutral objectives, but with it being banned, I do see Aura Fire, what they're trying to do here in game 3. They're trying to just ban out all of the junglers from the side of Geek Fam, but whoa. Geek Fam actually banned out the Julian, and Aura, they ban out the Atlas. So,
Atlas.
Julian, Akai, and Bauman banned out. Geek Fam secure a Mathilda here. I don't know what they're gonna pick up. Geek Fam have a chance to pick up something like a Ling here for Jana QT, who has a whole lot of achievements here, ladies and gentlemen. In MPL PH Season 6, he played on Signal Ultra. Season 7, he played on Aura PH. And Season 8, he played in Echo. Now, Season 10, he is playing in Geek Fam ID as a Filipino import here in MPL Indonesia.
Wow. For side Geek Fam though, I think we mentioned how they need to force Aura into fights, and Aura ban out that Atlas, so the backline will be very difficult to reach. I don't know if Geek Fam's plan is to dive in with the Matilda along with the Claw and go with that Blazing Duet. We seen them try it in game number 2. It just really wasn't reliable enough, and it wasn't up often enough compared to how often Aura can go in. Ling as well as, whoa, and Edith has been secured by Aura Fire.
Yeah, so this Edith will fall to the hands of Godiva. Have we seen Edith roam here this season?
We have, and it was on the hands of Godiva too.
Okay, so they're trying to perhaps replicate the same approach. Geek Fam, with that last pick, actually, yeah, a very balanced orientation, but this is going to be your talents game duration prediction by Axe here. Miracle opted for a 15-minute game. Arashi, 16-minute game. I went to a little longer.
And you're the one with, you're the most accurate, right? Because the games have been going over 20 minutes. So me and Arashi, I think we thought it was going to be a fast game, right? Because usually how Geek Fam and how Aura win, they get the game rolling from the get-go, from the early stage, and they just don't stop. They grasp onto that gold lead up until the very end. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the series.
Best of 1 between Aura Fire and as well as Geek Fam. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see the conclusion. Who will prevail? Land of Dawn, we go to witness the conclusion.
Oh man, let's get it right here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are jumping into the Land of Dawn. It's Jana on the jungle. Cho is not a Paquito jungle. Oh my goodness. I thought it was going to be a Cho in the XP, but this is a pick that we have seen last week, now being picked up again many times in ranked. And even here, Geek Fam going for the Fearless strat.
Fearless strat. The Cho with a Demon Slayer though, I wonder if the build will be more tanky or a bit more damage, because we have seen that Cho building full damage has a chance to just one-shot the Beatrix, who has been such a problem for both these teams. But I think with the Demon Slayer, that hints that he tries to go for maybe a bit more utility.
See here, Lethal Wanderer will be collected by High here with no problem. But let's talk a little here about the Cho jungler. Going up against Ling, he has an edge, right? I mean, he has that Wave Dragon that can just connect either way if he's building defense or even offense. So I feel like that is one of the department that Geek Fam can just capitalize on. Yeah? Jana QT already moving into the jungles of High here, 2 versus 2. And we can see here who will win Retribution.
Oh.
Jana QT will win that. High will not have the orange buff now. They might force a war here. Fluffy jumps in Kadira as well, but no casualties whatsoever in the first 2nd minute.
Good punish.
First 2 minutes.
Good punish by Geek Fam. They noticed that again. The Lethal Wanderer was taken earlier by Aura, so no retribution. They go instantly for that orange buff. Having the retry advantage, he was able to steal it away, and with that, they've secured themselves a pretty good lead. Like you said, Gani, in the early stage, Cho, well, no, in the grand scheme of things, Cho actually is going to be able to counter that Ling with the way the Dragon locking him down whenever he goes for those crazy engages onto the back line. But now that he has a slight advantage in terms of farm, it's going to be even harder for the Ling to do anything on the map.
Off the bat, Geek fam already doing a lot better, but Fluffy here goes in deep to try and get something, but he gets punished. First blood for Elzura.
He popped the sprint, but man, Geek fam, they just read Fluffy like a book, and now Godiva, his stun was a little bit cancelled here. Real world relation here. Godiva has nowhere to go, but thankfully, he still has that slide, and Orange Buff picked up by High, but Turtle will fall to the side of Geek fam now. Voloisky still withholding the pressure here. Now it seems like Circling Eagle will connect. High will force to use that Tempest of Blade as a defense here. What a pressure by Geek fam.
Well, take a look at the
Oh my
ambush.
God.
But before that, though, Kabuki gets a kill, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, Kabuki here gets the kill on towards Voloisky there. Elzura popped that sprint for safety. But emblem-wise here, crazy stat here.
They don't
Ultimate
stop.
side here. Jana QT as well as Zura might look for a fight. But Godiva and as well as Facehugger with a good disengage will somehow be safe.
All right,
Wow.
Arashi. You can finally talk.
Can finally talk, because these two teams, I don't know, there's always going to be someone who is ahead in the fighting department, and they just have been going back and forth, so there's not really a lot of time for analysis. But here we go, Jana gets flipped.
Yeah, Alpha HP circling the connects on towards Godiva. Godiva deleted immediately here as Geek fam. What a counter re-engage. What a re-engage there by the side of them. Two real world manipulation
Wow.
here in the mid side. Looking for the mechanics. Jana QT is in there. Tempest of Blade for the tackle. Zura is in trouble. He gets taken down. Now they might look for more as Fluffy and Luke will not be able to join in time, but one member of Zura gets taken down there.
That was such a good interaction. Two real world manipulations, and they're just both spamming on one spot. In the end, it was actually Facehugger that came out on top. But again, Jana has the retry, has the way the dragon. He's going to try to steal it. He got it. He got it.
Wow.
That's information though, no retribution. Perhaps High will look for a neutral objective, but man, oh man, what a read by Jana QT and friends. Geek fam still keeping the pressure from the get-go, Arashi. What do you think?
Intelligent gameplay from Geek fam, man. They know exactly what they have right now. Luke gets the steal right there. But as we can see, they know where, in what aspects they win right now, and they use it to its full potential. Stealing away cams from High, delaying the Ling power spike, and getting the early skirmish kills because they have two fighters. They have Jana in the jungle, they have Luke that can come in, they have Mathilda on Voloisky that can actually do a lot of plays, but Kadira actually gets jumped on.
Too much damage there. Kadira cannot withstand the damage. Now, Jana QT looks for playing in the turtle. High though, will try to get the kill. Tempest of Blade pops as well, but cancelled immediately by that Jet Kundo. High will pick up that turtle, and as well as they will get the kill on towards Kadira. Geek fam might look for a re-engage in mid-side, but nothing much.
Without a purple buff, and with a retry disadvantage, High was one level below, and still, he was able to actually steal it away from Jana. Now it's time to take a look at the items, Arashi. Aura Fire still in the lead after securing that neutral objective.
He'll be in the lead, but Jana, we can see he is building a tank, so he will be a lot more utility. The bulk of the damage will still be done by Elzura and Kadira. Will that be enough? That is the real main question here, but Jana already being so aggressive, but he's alone in the jungle.
Alone in the jungle here, 4 members trying to zone the members away. Fluffy though will be the recipient of that wave of dragon. Will he be taken down here as a lot of resources put down, but High comes in. Jana QT is in a no man's land, but with the help of Luke, he will not be able to survive there. Jana QT gets taken down with a lot of ultimate swaps as well. Aura Fire, they might look for top side here. Luke trying to clear the wave as fast as possible. Can he do it here as Fluffy needs to retreat as he is 1 HP, but Luke, actually one member is able to clear and top structure is saved.
And he bought so much time for Chidera even to actually look for that turret in the bottom side, pushing it in and getting Kabuki to look down below. Now he's forced to back up to that bottom side, again giving more space for the rest of the Geek fam members to actually make moves on the map. And again, Luke has been stepping up in the past few weeks. Up top though.
Yeah, Circling Eagle connects on towards High here. No commitments. Geek, they just want this space and they will claim the top structure. High there caught in the knockout strike as well. Will not be able to escape. Oh my god, Tempest of Blade was forced here. High might find an answer, but Luke will not come into a fight. But mid-side, a lot of teams, a lot of members clumping up here. Godiva might be the target. Is this the right move? Geek Fam immediately backs away as the neutral objective is up.
With the neutral objective being up, they go straight onto it. With the amount of pressure that, again, Luke has been able to buy up top. Oh my goodness, Kabuki almost stole that turtle with the Renner. But there you go, the turtle has been slain by Geek Fam, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series with Godiva.
Oh, they're so proactive. They want to invade now. Luke, he wants to escape here. He is able to escape, but John QT here is going to be the target. But take a look at that as Aura of Fire with no casualties still on the board for both teams. It is still a disengage. Aura of Fire will still collect that purple buff, no?
Janna stole the purple buff.
Janna!
With the retribution. Yeah, that's the thing, right? One level advantage by Janna. He utilized it, punishing Aura Fire for not zoning him away. Janna was left alone there. They were actually focusing on Luke, and it just gave him the opportunity to steal away the purple buff once again from a Ling. Do I need to emphasize how crazy or how difficult it is to play Ling without purple buff?
It's just a whole different ball game, and Hai has been doing okay, doing his best with it, but surely that's a big issue for him right now. Janna has been doing very well, and with him being a utility jungler, right now with the top and bottom tower taken for Geek Fam, they can look to make an aggressive play into the jungles of Aura Fire and then cut off the members in the mid lane from behind. That is an option we've seen both teams explore, and Geek Fam for sure has the control, and they're the ones who has all the cards to play right now.
It seems like it's still a stalemate-ish type of game here between Geek Fam as well as Aura Fire. Both teams just denying to give up here. Structure-wise, sure, our Geek Fam, they're leading, but economy-wise, Aura Fire isn't too far behind. We'll see here, how can Geek Fam exploit this space?
Yeah, again, this is very interesting, but while Kabuki stepped up there on the assets, I do want to talk about his selection of weapons as a Beatrix, because it's very interesting. Usually we do see, we never see the Bennett, almost never, unless you're trying to defend in the high ground. But he has actually used the Bennett so many times in his games just to clear out waves, even in this lane, in the early stage of the game. So this is something that Kabuki has been able to utilize a lot of times. And notice something, Kabuki's always ahead on the Beatrix, so maybe that's something that the other players haven't caught up to, Arashi.
Well, it does a lot of damage, so when it comes to clearing, and especially when you have to clear fast in order to not get picked off by your opponents right here, it is a very smart move. And I think, yeah, some players can actually take advantage of that for sure. Right now, though, Geek Fam will be the ones to try and see if they can make a catch, make a play right now. Godiva on the Edith. If he uses Flicker, he can actually try and make something happen, but obviously it's not nearly as surprising as plays that are available onto Janna QT or Beloisi.
Oh, mid-side, real world manipulation pops high, and
so
wow. Luke comes in, trying to find the flank here. This engage ultimately here from side of Aura Fire, no casualties just yet. But take a look at this, Geek Fam in a very awkward position here. Beloisi chunked quite low. Godiva providing information, opening the Lord up here. One member, Esmeralda, is outside. Perhaps Geek Fam can capitalize on this. Yeah, they will take the Lord here, the unenhanced one, and Aura Fire slow. They are actually behind on rotation, and Geek Fam immediately quick to capitalize.
That's what happens when you don't enable your Ling to actually secure his buffs. Without the purple buff, Hai's just a sitting duck. He really can't do much in these team fights. Jumping around is going to be a very tough thing to do on a Ling with no purple buff. But finally, he does get that purple buff with Geek Fam trading it with a Lord. We need to take a look at the items though, because Beatrix slowly but surely getting to that power spike as he already has the BOD and the Hunter Strike with Geek Fam. He goes straight in for the base, even using the real world manipulation that was stolen away with the IMU to just dish out a little bit more damage there in the mid lane. But look at what Hai is doing.
Yeah, he is somehow creating pressure, relieving off pressure here. Arashi, Florida marches top side, bot side rather. It seems like Geek Fam will try to look for a fight if possible. Remember, they have two tools of engaging. With Janna QT as well as Beloisi here being the front line. Fluffy though looks for a flank with that spawning Star Moon. will not create to anything just yet, but Circling Eagle, Fluffy, they get committed high, jumps and circles the blade towards the backside. Cutie is the target now. Beloyski forces a flicker away as Zura and friends will now pop that real world revelation as Godiva with just 1 HP is able to escape as Luke. Top side is just having fun.
Very, very good defense there by Aura Fire. It was a very good try as well by Geek Fam to try to knock on that base turret, but Aura Fire using the Bennett once again are able to clear out the Lord. They will lose out in that tier 2 mid lane though, however. And again, this is value for Geek Fam. The fact that they are able to use the first Lord of the game to secure every single tier 2 turret in the map. It's value for the first Lord.
It is value. And for the side of Aura Fire, High has been just forced into this split push situation, but how long can it go for? Geek has a lot of pressure, and they have been able to clear out the waves again and again before the fights even happen. So Aura, if they want to go for this split push situation, they need to be the ones to set up the waves in their favor. Because otherwise, Geek Fam has the pressure. They're the ones that can decide when the fight's going to happen because they have the Circling Eagle as well as a possible Jeet Kundo into Way of the Dragon combo. So Aura Fire, they're always waiting to see what happens. They have Godiva to try and maybe protect Kabuki, but at this point, if Godiva isn't going to do any engages, it's going to be very difficult because Geek Fam won't engage when they're on the back foot.
Damage dealt by Axe here, the 2 mid laners from each team, Azura and as well as Facehugger, dishing out the most damage for each respective teams. Followed by Luke and as well as Kabuki here, so it is quite even. 2 Aura Fire and as well as 2 Geek Fam members, but now Beloyski looks for an engage in the mid side. Godiva here, denying the engage from Luke. Still no connection, real connection from both teams here, as both parties, they are just dancing around here, trying to find pressure, trying to find the right momentum here. Is High again with the same strategy, just split pushing, top side, recall, bot side, recall, top side is what he is doing.
With this slow kind of tempo, I actually think that, again, Geek Fam are in the lead. They are technically in the lead in the goal department too, but just taking a look at how the game is being played, Geek Fam knows how to play this kind of play style, you know? They want to take it slow, they want to play it for the objectives, and it's actually Aura Fire who are caught in a desperate position, because with their composition, they are relying heavily on that crazy team fight, again, to turn the tides of the game. And Geek Fam are not letting that happen. Again, they're just playing around the Lord. Even now, they're not going to commit onto this Lord. They're just using it as bait to bring Aura Fire over to the Lord. And when they do, they reset it just like this. And they go back, clearing the waves again, just making Aura Fire lose out on XP, gold, and bringing Geek Fam to a point where they will have, again, a much bigger lead, slowly but surely.
Luke right here on a mission, constantly pushing the lane further away from the Lord. High has been forced to actually push the lane closer to the objective, so his mobility won't even be a massive factor that will favor them in this engagement. Both Fluffy and Luke trying to cut waves here, trying to make sure that they have the advantage for the setup, but boom! There we go, Beloyski has been taken out.
Beloyski being the first man to call here. Janakini might be like this high. Godiva is on his ass. Kira gets taken down. 3 members by the side of Geek Fam falls, and Aura Fire finds their momentum out of nothing. Kabuki will claim the Lord. It's 2 members only. Luke caught in the no man's land here. He might be caught here, isolated, but Godiva, what the heck? He gets the play, and Luke will not be able to survive. No emeralds to his name as Kabuki claims that mega kill. Azura here playing the sneaky play, will somehow try to find a surprise attack, but of course with none of the right targets in sight, he recalls.
You blink and you miss it. One mistake by Geek Fam. Beloyski way too aggressive, caught, and Aura just capitalized. That's what Aura want. That's what they want. They want to go for the fights. They want to go for those crazy pickoffs, and Geek Fam just let that happen.
Now, Lord will be taken care of outside here. Geek Fam, can they withstand here? Can they defend the base turret? Mid side should be the next agenda. Forward side of Aura Fire. Can Geek Fam clear this with their hero powers? I feel with their composition, I feel like they are able to here. Whoa! Take a look at the damage here. High pressuring top side. A base turret mid falls, and Luke will not be able to clear top side as well here as Geek Fam lost 2 base turrets here. It is a reset once again, but now Aura Fire with their gold lead, almost 5,000.
Massive, massive lead for the side of Aura Fire now, but they're looking on to collapse onto Fluffy.
Ooh, Fluffy here with that immortal. attempts to play pops as well as Goalkeeper actually gets caught. Real world relation as pops here, but cancel immediately. And now Kabuki will look for the end as the shotgun. It's just too much. Geek Fam is nowhere near in the map. Aura Fire, the reverse sweep.
They learn from the mistakes of game 1 and 2. Every single time, they're progressing super fast. Again, we mentioned in game 2 how Aura, they're so not disciplined. They keep on going for these random fights even after getting the victories in the early team fights. But here, they utilize that, making Geek Fam think that, oh, they're making a wrong decision again. They're going for a team fight. Nope, they're not. Kabuki is in the mid lane, pushing it in, taking the game under their noses, securing a reverse sweep. Again, just give Kabuki heroes like this, play-making heroes that can carry the game.
The trend continues, ladies and gentlemen. The Beatrix Power and the team Aura Fire, they continue the trend here. And what a reverse sweep. Arashi, Geek Fam showed glimpses that they want to win the series, but at the end of the day, they couldn't pull it off.
It's still improvement from Geek Fam though, and it's not a 2-0. So you can definitely see that they were an actual threat, and Aura had to actually struggle and actually pull out all the stops to make sure that they come out on top in this game. It's almost like they actually, like, as you mentioned, Mirko, predicted that Geek Fam are gonna actually try and punish the overstay from Aura Fire, and they rely on them being chased down as Kabuki ends the game. This man, I think, is this the third time at this point? The amount of times he's just backdoored, essentially. Just went and cleared the base as team fights are happening.
Kabuki is the split push master, the backdoor master.
The backdoor master.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it.
It's just crazy how many times he's been able to do this so many times against Evos, against Geek Fam now. There's so many times where he has been able to do this, and again, it comes down to Kabuki on that Beatrix. Like you mentioned though, Arashi, the fact that Geek Fam tried to go for that final fight was all because of the setup that led to it. Aura Fire made so many mistakes like that, overcommitting into the team fights, even though they had no ways of winning it, even though they spent all their resources on taking down the base. And Geek Fam, they thought, oh, they're doing it again. They're giving a chance for us to come back. Let's take the fight. Boom, bang, bada bing. That's what happens. We can reverse it.
I mean, Kabuki was trying to do that in game number 2 as well, so... Oh, was it in game number 1? I forgot.
Game 2.
Game 2, right, where he was actually able to use the Beatrix again. So this Beatrix pick is just insane, and if you leave the Beatrix alone with turrets, with structures, it's just not a good idea. He just like really pushes, and this is why it's just so unfair. You have range, you have burst, you can take down buildings, you can take down heroes. Like, what can Beatrix not do?
That's why it was first pick. That's why it was first pick. It's so prio.
It's pick or ban at this point. It must be.
It must be. And Kabuki's backdoor once again. And yeah, Geek Fam still in last place. Perhaps now, with this win, Aura Fire might actually move up a place. We'll have to wait and see here, ladies and gentlemen. But in a bit, we'll have to throw it to the host to witness and hear the interview. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the first match. Aura Fire 2-1. Host, take it away.
Ya, terima kasih para caster, dan luar biasa banget match pembukaan di minggu yang keempat berakhir dengan 2-1. Dan di sebelah Bude, ini ada salah satu orang yang tadi bikin semuanya tuh melihat ke arahnya. Fluffy, sang pengalihan isu. Halo Fluffy, congratulations 2-1-nya. Congratulations.
Ya.
Terima kasih sama-sama. Tapi Fluffy, aku penasaran banget. Tadi kamu jadi bulan-bulanan warga dari Geek Fam. Memang sudah di-set seperti itu?
Ya, di-set seperti itu.
Ini idenya siapa?
Idenya bapak-bapak sih, Vesager.
Oh, idenya Bapak Vesager.
Iya.
Jadi gimana keadaannya tadi sih sampai kalian bisa backdoor sendiri, ada Kabuki terus kamu yang dikejar-kejar?
Itu dari lama sih bapak-bapak bilang kalau lu udah pakai hero yang bisa digebukin aja.
Oh, udah gitu aja lah ya. Pokoknya di game tadi gitu ya. Padahal kan gitu. Awalnya kalian tuh di bawah dari Geek Fam. Dari game 1 kalian kalah, terus game 2 kalian comeback, game ketiga akhirnya bisa ngedapetin kemenangan dengan dramatis juga sih sebenarnya. Matchnya seru banget. Ini menurutmu sendiri, ini ada peningkatan dari Geek Fam-nya dan semuanya sudah berkembang apa? Ada yang beda gak sih dari Geek Fam minggu lalu dan sekarang?
Semuanya sih udah berkembang sih.
Oh gitu, jadi emang berat tadi ya? Berat banget?
Berat banget.
Wow, paling berat dari masalah apa sih, Fluffy?
Paling ya mereka berlima kompak sih.
Udah kompak?
Iya.
Terus kalau kamu individu sendiri ya, kamu di laning, kita udah bisa bilang, ya Fluffy mah jagonya nih, jagoan. Tapi gimana, kamu selama ini kan udah 4 minggu, berarti hampir semua tim udah kamu lawan. Gimana, EXP laner yang paling berat kamu hadapi siapa sih? Apakah tadi? Atau kemarin-kemarin?
Paling yang besok sih, buat besok dilawan.
Wow, RRQ. Nah, ini juga seru banget karena Aura Fire historinya belum pernah ngedapetin kemenangan nih atas tim RRQ. Ada sebuah persiapan sendiri gak sih buat ngelawan tim RRQ?
Sama aja persiapannya.
Udah nemuin belum? Nemuin mungkin, wah ini nih kayaknya kunci kemenangan buat tim RRQ?
Nggak ada, sama aja udah.
Sama aja?
Iya.
Tapi ada yang pengen kamu sampaikan gak sih dari untuk teman-temanmu tadi buat Kabuki yang berhasil dan juga tadi dari bapak-bapak tadi yang kasih banyak banget insight untuk kalian di game tadi.
Ya.
Buat timmu sendiri?
Alhamdulillah menang guys.
Alhamdulillah menang guys. Buat yang di rumah?
Buat yang di rumah, alhamdulillah menang juga guys.
Alhamdulillah deh pokoknya ya udah ya. Alhamdulillah kelar juga yang ada di sini. Langsung aja kita balikin kepada para caster yang ingin nge-breakdown semuanya. Silakan caster.
Thank you so much, Bude Mongstar, for the interview and as well as Fluffy for answering the interview question. But now let's shift our focus to the item builds for Game 3, Aura Fire and as well as Geek Fam. Arashi, take the stage.
Well, we're ending on the items here, and honestly, I think it just comes down to the fact that Aura has a lot more damage to play around with, right? Look at Geek Fam right here. The fact that the jungler, again, it's a Cho, you can actually be a utility, but really not to the level that Akai is able to, right? And if you look at the side of Aura Fire, there's just like the way they're playing as well allows them to just wait around, and they have the range advantage. This is like the important part. Geek Fam, they can have a lot more mobility, they have a lot more burst damage and crowd control, but for Aura Fire, and the fights are just like minimal, they can just do damage with Kabuki from long range, they can use Facehugger on his signature hero on the Yves as well, and he has the glowing wand, so even getting touched by some spells, right, that doesn't actually burst you down to half HP, it adds up very much, and Kabuki has a Wind of Nature as well. So overall, I think it's just very difficult if Geek Fam's game plan is just to catch the backline and burst the backline, considering that the burst is only for the most part physical. You take a look at the post-game stats right here, and Elzura and Beloyski, 100%, but you know, not exactly good news for them in this situation. The rich guy is gonna be Kabuki. The carry is Elzura. He is doing a lot of damage using the quote-unquote fake world manipulation, right? Just stealing it away from Facehugger, but it doesn't come out at the right moment. He uses it to actually harass and chunk members down from Aura Fire, but when the big fights happen, you do not see that him using it to its full potential too often.
It's just, again, crazy, Arashi. Very, very crazy. The fact that in terms of the damage, Elzura is actually taking the top spot, but Kabuki, he did the damage onto the turret, man, right? That's what matters here in the end. The objectiveness of Aura Fire in that final game as they showed levels to Geek Fam. They improved so much in the course of just a series here. And the fact that Fluffy and High were able to enable that to happen as well. Just buying time and soaking in as much damage as possible. But I think everybody knows who the MVP is for game number 3. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A Series 4, 0, and 2. 75% KP, the man who ended the game gunning down the base turret. The base.
Gunning down the base. Like it's nothing. It's just so much damage. And he has 0 deaths.
You know what he is?
What?
He's the Indonesian Terminator.
Ooh. Why is that?
Huh?
Why is that?
He uses the shotgun.
Oh, because of the shotgun? He's also unkillable, so there's that. But you can see, early on in this game, Fluffy just gets punished down, so it's already looking quite difficult because in the early game, Geek Fam has a lot more utility, they have a lot more burst damage, but again, it's in the early game. And you can see that all the way since the beginning, Kabuki is already making a lot of these plays happen. And moments like this, where they just give up random kills to Aura Fire when Aura should be under control, essentially, just is not, it shouldn't happen, and you can't let that happen, especially against a team as dangerous as Aura, with the killer instincts that Aura has. Later on in the objective fights, this is what happened earlier, that pick-off potential coming from Godiva. Just make sure that at every single moment, Geek Fam can't let their guard down. Kadewa tried to salvage that last fight, but Kabuki was able to just take him out. And afterwards, there you go. He just left alone. That's like 4 hits. 4 hits.
Welcome to the world that we are living in. Beatrix. This is Beatrix's world.
It should be illegal. 4 hits.
Yeah.
Kabuki's world, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the Beatrix, man. I'm
A little
glad.
too close for comfort, though.
I'm
Yeah.
glad the Beatrix is getting nerfed next patch.
Ooh.
I'm very glad because it's broken.
It is. So, well, a little too close for comfort here, ladies and gentlemen, for our fire, but they squeaked the dub. In a bit, we will hear actually the mic checks from TikTok, but that was the highlights presented here by Samsung Galaxy A series. Let's jump to see and hear the highlights by TikTok. Let's see.
Let's go, I can zoning clean. I can learn solo. Nice! No flicker clean! Dead. Mid guys, mid. Clean. I got clean. Nice, Masha. Go! Santai. Nice! Back. Mid. I have kick. We can end. Nice! Let's go! Pelan-pelan, mau bikin oleng. Nih, gua angkat nih. 2. Let's go. Nice banget, bro. Last. Let's go, guys. Nih, gua angkat nih 3. Gua tendang nih. Guys. Nice banget.
Kita bisa dapat kemit aja kalian. Sumpah kemit itu bonyok semua dia.
Gas.
Itu dari BT masih ada flicker.
Nice, bro. Dulu. Nih, cow dulu. Cow udah skill 2. Lihat, kalau deh. Pelan-pelan nih. Kalau next. Kasih tau, Buk. Ada WN. Kalau akan. Kalau gua diputer guys, sorry guys. Mati nih, Klot.
Nice.
Klot dulu, masuk.
Wave masuk. Bisa ya. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Enboy. Gua TP Lord. Gua TP tower.
Fokus. Nice. Kosong lagi ya, kosong. Lihat ini gue ya, lihat ya.
Ya, sabar ya. Nice, Buk. Lihat match ya. Sabar.
Gua TW.
Mati.
Nice.
Baku hilang ya.
Valentina
udah. Kiri, pas Regi menang clear.
Ya tuh.
Gas, nice. Mati. Nice, lihat.
Ini ngapain?
Gua retri dulu.
Let's clot.
Aman. Mati klotnya.
Nice
banget. Lord, lihat Regi.
Lihat Valentina.
Sabar.
Gua bisain guys.
Gas kalau bisain. Bola main. Endbook.
Alhamdulillah.
Nice, bro.
And that was a very good display of coordination, communication from that, just based on that last game. Kabuki, they already know that Kabuki can end, and there you go.
Yeah, it was a team call, not just a one-man call. They knew Kabuki was in position. They went in because of that. Godiva was 1 HP, and he still went in. I was confused for a moment, then I looked at the map. That's the reason. Kabuki was not in the fight. Why? Where is he? Oh, it's in the base. Oh, it's GG. 4-shot!
You know, in those tough situations, right, when it's down to the wire, you can tell that Geek Fam is a lot more like passionate and excited. Look at Aura. They're uncharacteristically calm. Everything was happening so chill. And here's the keys to success, right? Aura using the momentum in a big team fight, it's always so good. This is no secret, right? Aura is very good when the team fight gets chaotic. Partially now, because they're so calm, they know exactly what to do. They can hear everything. When someone makes the call, yo, we can end. Just go and stop the recalls. Everything just comes through clearly, and you really show in the gameplay. It's just so calculated and so neat.
It is. It's very neat, and that's the thing, right? Very uncharacteristic by Aura Fire, but again, they are improving here and there. In the series, we saw how much they could improve just like that, and you guys can also improve your Mobile Legends account instantly by buying your diamonds on Blibli. Top up right now because you guys can get a discount up to 140,000 cashbacks if you check blib.li/sahabat.
Mine. That's a very good deal. That's value. And yeah, so upgrade your account here to have a chance to have that 40,000 cash back with the cover voucher game dash MPL 10. Scan the QR code below Arashi right now, or yeah, your bottom right screen. And well, Arashi, that was a very good opening week 4.
very, very good opening to week 4. We've always had just crazy openings here. Week 1, 2, 3, 4, it's been crazy. And the thing is, all the teams are surviving really well because sound is survival. With the new JBL Quantum, you guys can survive in any condition. Here with the JBL Quantum special offer, you guys can now get the JBL Quantum 50 only with 275,000 IDR. It was 400, but because here at the MPL, we like to be kind, we like to be great.
Just scan the QR code once again below Arashi here.
Oh, earlier.
Just tap the phone a little bit back. Tap your Samsung phone twice on the back and you'll be able to scan it.
And now you can, with that Samsung phone, you can also download Live In by Mandiri to get what? Special promo. So keep an eye on MPL ID to get the latest info for Live In by Mandiri users.
I use Live In by Mandiri and I have Live In points. Woo. The amount of Live In points I have, I can actually buy a lot of things for free.
Wow.
Sheesh.
If you're not using Live In by Mandiri, are you really living?
Oh!
If you're not using Live In by Mandiri, are you really living?
Don't say it again, it's embarrassing.
Deep thoughts with Arashi.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, match 1 between Geek Fam as well as our Aura Fire. Geek Fam has to endure another loss here in the hands of Aura Fire, but today isn't over yet. Another match will brew up later, it seems like.
And it's BTR versus ONIC. If BTR lose 2-0, BTR will be 8th place.
Ooh. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be back for a break. Connie, Mirko, and also Arashi. See ya.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela. Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu. Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome details.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Makasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti Geek. Beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti Geek. Beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandio Alpha. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Esports.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main
This is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa. Hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap. Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti Geek. Beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti Geek. Beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan
kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat. Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa, hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek.
Beli. Beli pasti ori. Beli.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because this is
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
This is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti Geek. Beli.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti Geek. Beli.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The red robots looks to challenge the yellow porcupines. ONIC Esports and as well as Bigetron will go head-to-head in our last match. Week 4, Day 1. Back with us casters in the English, that's Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Season 10. And oh boy, match 1 was a good start of Week 4. And match 2, this is going to be the dessert.
There you go, the dessert coming in here because, again, like you mentioned, the red robots are going to be colliding up against the yellow porcupines. They're going to have to find their comfort on the stage here, just like how we find comfort in the Secret Lab chair. That is here accompanying us throughout the day. And guess what? You guys can have the Secret Lab chair at your place as well, because I have it here in my home. in my office, everywhere, Gani, because it's the best gaming chair, the official gaming chair for MPL ID Season 10. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 comes in with all adjustable parts. Even, guess what? The headrest, the head pillow can be popped off like so.
Wow.
And you can just put it back and it stays.
Wow.
Magic.
That chair is designed for comfort. Mirko, you find comfort. Arashi, I'm sure you've also found comfort in Secret Lab. But ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the starting lineup here for ONIC Esports. Sounds and as well as Samo will come into the fray with Boots, CW, and as well Kyrie. Meanwhile, Bigetron, take a look at that. Fala, Repo, Marky, Max, and Key will go at it against ONIC Esports.
This is the lineup that they have found the most success on, obviously with Coach Brendini leading the pack here as their coach. It does seem like they are coming here with a lot of things to prove, Arashi, with their performance not being too successful in the past 3 weeks.
They are in spot number 7, if I'm not mistaken, and you know that is a very sad moment for Mirko for sure, but this is their opportunity. They can turn things around. Again, this is only week 4, ladies and gentlemen. Some people think it's over, but we've literally only just begun. We haven't even crossed the halfway point.
Exactly. This is the players here. Tunlicam by Head and Shoulders, Bigetron Alpha, the first team to step onto the stage. But before that, let's talk a little bit about Marky here, the gold laner from the Philippines originally, who is now performing in Bigetron. Let's take a look at the highlights here. He's very good on this Beatrix. Take a look at this. He knows when to close the range, when to give out damage as well. And on this Airtel, it seems like Marky has a plethora of hero pools in his arsenal that is just so effective. With the GPM almost 700, he knows how to farm, when to farm, and as well as dish out damage, of course, with a KDA average of 3.8. Not too high, but I feel like we need to see more from him. And of course, objectively, he is now at almost 10k average turret damage, and of course at a damage of almost 50,000. Marky do not want to trash talk in this game. Well, without further ado, let's welcome Bigetron Alpha, the red robot, onto the stage.
He's a simple man. He's an efficient gold laner as well. Nothing too flashy, but he gets the job done. And coming into this roster, that's exactly what BTR needs. This has been their identity for such a long time, playing it just efficiently all the way to that late game where you can make those little plays that end up winning you the game. And that identity is shaping up again here in Season 10. The identity that was lost completely in Season 9 for Bigetron Alpha.
They just have to play as a team, right? And like make sure that it's not only about the individuals, it's how the individuals tie in together. It is not much, but it's honest work.
It is honest work, and we talked a little about Marky. Let's talk about Fala here. He debuted last week with on that Popo and Koopa. I don't know, is that a cheese strat or is that strat effective enough against the yellow Pokemon?
Well, if you're talking about cheese, these are the king of cheese. ONIC Esports, they have been known to just bring up so many of those crazy hero picks. We saw the Belric in Season 7. We then saw Hanzo in the mid lane in Season 8, I believe, with the Lapu as well. There's just so many picks going around this ONIC Esports roster. Especially now, it does seem like the roster in general was kind of cheesy, with them rotating those duo mid laners completely with Sans, Samo, Keyboy, Drian, Keyboy and Sans, and Drian and Samo. They kept on mixing, they kept on mashing, and they finally found the best 5 lineup. Right here, you see them as they walk up to the stage again, still with Kyrie and Boots, who've stuck with this roster consistently throughout the season, and CW.
This is the roster with Sans and Samo HT, so we can expect a more aggressive, a more dynamic ONIC. This is the scary part. They can do so many different things depending on who they send out. The question is, can they perform at the same, perform both these things at the same level? But soon, we'll take a look at the standout players here because there's a lot to talk about.
We'll have to wait and see. CW, the matchup, the gold laner, a lot of hero pools within this member as well. And now we're seeing the plays from CW here on this Beatrix. Yeah, again, the usage of this spell can be so flexible, aggressive, defensively as well. And it seems like CW doesn't stop there. He knows when and where to position himself to just grab the damage towards the opponents. The GPM up there, 730 on average, and with a KDR rather also high with a 4.5. Seems like CW does not forget about the turret damage as well. Average 9,000. He wants to farm, he wants to get the turret as well, and he also dishes a lot of damage on average. 44k. Well, he honestly he copied Godiva's quote there, try to beat our coach's draft. So welcome the Yellow Porcupine, ONIC Esports.
With CW stepping up onto the stage, he was the main shot caller for ONIC Esports for the longest time. He's always had that macro level, the highest macro level for any gold laner in Indonesia. But here, with Samo HD coming into the roster, it does seem like when you hear the mic checks, it's Samo calling most of the shots, and that enables CW to actually make those mechanical plays because he's focusing more on his individual playstyle. We're seeing a different ONIC step up onto the stage here with the brains heavily being on the hands or on the heads of Samo.
When you have a lot of processing power available to you in that laning phase, you're more open to opportunities, you're more aware of ganks and rotations as well. So I think it's great that such a important mechanical role doesn't have to double up as shot caller, and instead, Samo on the roamer position, the position that actually enables the team that is all around the map, I think is just really, really smart from ONIC Esports to adapt this new strategy or this new setup.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about ONIC Esports, right? So contrast. Season 9, they lacked the depth of the rosters, but now it seems like Season 10, with Samo, with Drian, as well as Sans in the mid lane, they have a lot of depth. Rashi.
Well, teamed head-to-head by Head and Shoulders here, ONIC Esports and Bigetron Alpha, you can already see that the first objective rate is an advantage for ONIC Esports. They like playing for those advantages. And for Bigetron though, the first Lord and first Turtle, they have an edge here. So from the past few games that Bigetron has went up against ONIC, ONIC has came out on top. So what we've seen Bigetron improve again and again, and now we might really see them improve just enough to edge out a victory.
Well, Gani, we've seen again, based on history, that yes, ONIC have been the better team in the past 2 seasons. Season 7 was the last time where BTR were able to actually win against ONIC Esports, where they were knocked out on the first day of the playoffs. But here, BTR with a new set of players, with a new coach, Brandini from the Philippines. He was able to bring TNC all the way to the top, and here, that's what his goal is for BTR. But we take a look at ONIC for their keys to victory.
By Axe, win the matchup in the mid lane because the rotations all begin from that mid lane pressure. The heroes to secure and how they play around that will be so important. And discipline, being disciplined with the objectives and do not overcommit, because obviously if they don't, they can get punished for it, and Bigetron are very aware of those opportunities. Shut down Marquis' farming pattern essentially, where he goes to find gold and EXP. If ONIC can shut him down, that'll be so difficult for Bigetron to deal with. On the other hand though, keys to victory by Axe for Bigetron don't depend on late game strats only. They can go for that if they want to, but they need to be a bit more flexible going up against a team as flexible as ONIC Esports. Marquis winning the matchup in the gold lane will shut down CW as well, so it's going to be crucial to their victory if they can get that victory in the lane. And of course, beware with the ONIC 4-2-1 setup in the early game, because that is where they get pulled away into weird positions, weird rotations that they don't want to be in. And of course, contest that Akai that has so much potential, can take so much damage, can set up for his team, and also secure those early game objectives.
I think that's what's most important here for Bigetron Alpha and for ONIC, contesting that Akai pick, because for both the junglers, Kyrie and Max, we have seen that these two players love the Akai. Akai being the top pick for both of these players will mean that, again, both teams play with a heavy emphasis on neutral objective control. With Bigetron Alpha able to scale, able to use that neutral objective to snowball in that mid game. Same thing goes for ONIC, but ladies and gentlemen, Gani, it's time.
Well, we'll see here. Let's just jump into the drafts. ONIC Esports and as well as Bigetron Alpha. I feel like another factor that should be within the keys to victory for Bigetron is Pala needs to step up in this matchup here. ladies and gentlemen. Against ONIC Esports, Fala should come in and, just step up. ONIC Esports with the bans here, Natalia and as well as Valentina. But Bigetron, interesting approach. They opted for a target ban towards Kyrie already early.
This is something that we've seen from BTR a lot of times, actually. They always try to target down the junglers. We saw this against Albert as well, RRQ BTR match. BTR went for the Fanny ban, went for the Ling ban, and in the end, I think they went for the Akai ban as well. So again, BTR going for the same strat here against ONIC, against Kyrie. But remember, sure, these two heroes are Kyrie's signature. But in Season 10, we've only seen him play the Bauman, the Akai, those utility junglers, even the Baxia at times.
When he actually gets on that Ling, I think Kyrie was defeated once on that Ling. So it really isn't as prio, it seems like. But Bigetron, it seems like they are trying to limit mobility. Right, Fanny and Ling, they can actually go around the map and deal with the macro play that Bigetron really enjoys taking advantage of. So I think they're trying to limit the potential for ONIC. I really like this roster. So that's Anti-Mage apparently. So yeah, that's those are big words coming in from Anti-Mage, the man who we kind of miss on the Line of Dawn, but for ONIC Esports, Claude as well as Paquito.
Beatrix for the first time, I think, this season gone. We've seen it as well, but no, they opt to go for the Esmeralda. Just some pressure in that XP lane.
For Bigetron, I think, again, they need some kind of protection for the 1-1, because the prevailing meta, right, is shutting down the gold lane, and we did mention, between both these teams, the gold lane will be so important. And speaking of the gold lane, actually, it's not going to be the gold lane that's being highlighted here. It's Samo against Key, who both have very aggressive playstyles, but Samo seems to have a bit more, I don't know, a bit better IQ, right, on when to fight, where to fight, and where to rotate to, which is why he functions as one of the main shot callers for the team as well.
He is the main shot caller.
Very intelligent play here, Samo here. Rising star from Season 9. Now Season 10 seems like his potential has been tapped. ONIC Esports, they opt for a Atlas ban here, really limiting Key's hero pool, the player that were just highlighted earlier. But man, looking at the composition here, it seems like ONIC, they are going for AoEs and as well as team fight. Meanwhile, Bigetron, sure, they have the 1-1 and Esmeralda that is very team fight heavy, but this Akai can provide pickup as well. So are they going to add a more dimension here in this composition from the side of Bigetron?
Let's see. BTR with the last ban in this match, in this game. You have an Esmeralda, an Akai, and I think banning a Bauman would be a solid choice for them, honestly. Just, remove that potential, that threat from Kyrie. Getting really good neutral objective takes with the Akai, but they actually opt to go for the Diggy ban, which is interesting. Very, very interesting.
We have seen that ONIC have used the Diggy to counter this 1-1. It is for those of you who don't know, the time journey will cancel out the weak points for a 1-1, denying the crossbow of Tang. So Bigetron ban away from that, and this will also allow them to have a lot more ease in setting up plays with that heavy spin. So for ONIC Esports, they require some kind of playmaking hero, right? I think I'm quite sure what's left here. I think some kind of stun,
Roamer.
some kind of route will be so important. Cho can work very well, I think.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like Cho definitely could be a ban here, but ONIC Esports, with this composition, I think it's better to ban, something like the Lolita that can provide a lot of disengage, and obviously the Numenon Blast getting the AoE effect. I think the Cho just doesn't have the same pressure as the Lolita. In terms of the team fight, more of a pick-style composition. But here, we have a comment from Key. I don't put much attention to them, but I guess Keyboy is more aggressive than Samo, more on the cover type. So, Samo is more cover, Keyboy is more aggressive. That's something that Donnie, as an ONIC fan, agrees with. Here though, BTR, with their first pick in the second phase, I do think picking up a solid roamer would be a really, really good option right now.
I feel like a good engage and as well as a disengage tool to add that composition, and that is Matilda. Key on a Matilda can be deadly. Very solid pick. I feel like Bigetron should solidify themselves with that pick, but no, they opt for a fast wave hero here on that Lilia.
They have safety in that mid lane as well, so pushing power and the potential to just play aggressively in that lane, I think it really helps the win condition of Bigetron, right? To play aggressively in the mid lane, clear it out, and kind of pressure from there. For ONIC Esports though, they also need an answer for this, because without a proper roamer, it's going to be very difficult to try and withstand the aggression, because Bigetron, they are very dive heavy, right? Lilia, Esmeralda, and Akai, they don't exactly stay in the back line, including 1-1.
And the pressure that ONIC has with the Paquito in the XP lane. Again, we don't know if the XP lane is going to be filled up. Yeah, well, now we do. But the Bellman picked up. Well, actually, no. Last time we saw the Bellman, it was Boots on the Bellman in that XP lane. And it just goes to show how flexible this man is. Boots has been going on a rampage in terms of achievements, in terms of professional play, and even, you know, individual plays, with him getting the MVP of the regular season back in Season 8, even winning it entirely with his team. But now it's a whole new ONIC Esports, and BTR, they go with a Selena pick here to wrap up their draft. Selena Key. We have seen this before. It's a signature pick, but we've never seen it in Season 10.
Yeah, so there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the drafts for game number 1. But take a look at your screen now. Talents, game direction, a prediction by X. Well, we all opted for around 18 as well as 19 minutes, so not too far.
But I went for BTR. You guys went for ONIC, yes?
Yeah. Well, it's a showdown between the die-hard ONIC fan against the loyal Bigetron supporter between Mirko and Goni. So the stakes are even higher as well in the English casting desk. And soon, we're gonna see, will the early aggression from Bigetron pay off? Because the audience prediction by TikTok, 81% to 19% for ONIC Esports.
Still a stomp here, I guess. The viewers, they are with us, Arashi, but take a look at the crowd. They are ready to start the game. Casters, I'm sure you guys are ready as well, so let's just jump into the Land of Dawn for our first game on Esports, and as well as Bigetron, to witness who will grab the first point.
Let's see as we dive in to the Land of Dawn. It's very, very normal clear, but I do want to take a look at the emblems first, as again, it is going to be Kyrie on the Bellman in that jungle. So no more Boots Bellman in this game. It is going to be the Paquito. We have seen that Boots has found more success on the Paquito this season than the Bellman. So again, though, Sans, this is what we expect already.
Oh, he opening that flicker early, but Samo with that lit flicker as well. First blood by Samsung will fall to the hands of ONIC Esports. A slight misplay perhaps occurred there by Aki.
Well, I don't think it's a misplay. I think he just didn't really expected ONIC Esports to go guns blazing like that. I mean, again, he actually stated before the game that he thinks Samo is a little bit more defensive than Keyboy, but that was definitely not a defensive play. He went in all offensive, but in the top side, we are seeing that the 1-1 is winning. A gank.
Oh my god, Marky popped Inspire early, but with the help of Key, with that Abyssal Arrow, he managed to connect on towards CW. Very crucial kill there top side, and seems like now, ONIC Esports, they are slow on rotation here, Rashi.
Slow on rotation, and a fun fact from Grab right here. Since MPL ID Season 6, from 9 times they've been meeting, Bigetron has only been able to win 1 match against ONIC. Right now, it seems like it's pretty even, but Bigetron is showing that they can match ONIC in the early game. So far, the burst potential from ONIC is higher, but it's only a matter of time before the Abyssal Arrows from Key can be crucial.
That's the thing though, right? Talking about the mid game, I do believe that actually, man, ONIC will definitely have an advantage coming into the neutral objective takes with the Faramis and obviously with the Bellman. Max is going to have to find those angles to really go in for those turtle steals. Let's see here, Goni.
No, we'll see here, Max. Fallon and as well as Key is already in that area. Repo as well, trying to provide information. Boots trying to zone out. Ultra actually pops it. Kyrie calmly will grab that first neutral objective in the front side. Max taking a lot of damage here. That Akai will not survive as Boots will be, yeah, with that power, gets him down as well. So it will be a 1 member taken down, and as well as Turtle taken away.
Good objective take by ONIC Esports there. A very good setup as well. Like we mentioned, this is going to be the trend coming into this game. In the early stage, I actually do believe that ONIC Esports have the better composition to secure these neutral objectives. And even in that gold lane, it does seem like Marky is having quite a bit of trouble here against CW.
Ooh, he's a 1v1 right here, and Marky will back away. And so far, Bigetron was able to actually get Marky slightly ahead. And I think if he can go with the same, I don't know, the same pattern, the same curve, Marky will be a huge threat in the late game along with Fala. This is a lot of DPS and it's both physical and magical. So later on, ONIC Esports will have a lot to deal with, especially because a lot of their composition are tankier members that require DPS to burst down.
Seems like Repo providing vision on the whereabouts of Sans there in the bot side. Both junglers, they are still focusing on the farms first, but top side should be the focus from both teams here.
Right here, it does seem like, oh, yeah, he is putting in a lot of pressure there, but CW needs to be careful. He doesn't have the sprint. He used it earlier, and now that creates a lot of pressure for him. This Marky might just be able to use this pressure to actually try to freeze up the waves here. The lane is going to be pushing into him, so this is, again, an opportunity for BTR to just play it slow, get to that power spike, because right now it feels like ONIC Esports, doesn't feel like it is the fact that ONIC Esports have a pretty significant lead this early on.
Well, they will go for the turtle soon, and that is where we saw ONIC Esports just take over early on. So this will be attempt number 2 for the side of Bigetron Alpha, as Max will be securing this purple buff right on time. But ONIC, as we know, has a lot more pickoff, has a lot more burst, and unless an Abyssal Arrow really lands on a key target, I think it's going to be a bit difficult.
Top side, across the popped, and CW has nowhere to go, but luckily for CW, not enough damage just yet. Focusing ourselves in bot side now, Kyrie almost got caught there by that Abyssal Trap. Boots trying to flank here. Again, providing information. Max as well as Key, they're at half HP. This is not a good decision if they want to force a fight. And yeah, it seems like they will disengage. Another neutral objective secured to the hands of ONIC Esports. Samsung Turtle calmly collected by Kyrie.
ONIC Esports, man, again, they're utilizing that neutral objective control that they have with the Cult Altar. BTR can't really look for any of the fights, and even here, the base damage alone from Samo's kit, the Wisp doing so much, and the pathing is phenomenal from Kyrie. He's able to take so many of these jungle creeps. It's very rare to just see an Akai falling behind this much up against a Bauman, but you're seeing it here in this matchup. Arashi, 5-minute item check. Let's take a look.
For Bigetron Alpha, there's a lot of multiple instances of damage, so Radiant Armor has been rushed by Kyrie to ensure that he can stay in the fight as long as possible, because sustain is very much the name of the game right here, but Sans goes in and zones everyone away from the turret.
Yeah, seems like they want to fortify. Color Vaulter also popped here. Turret will not fall top side. It's just practically 1 HP there. Now it seems like ONIC Esports, they will not look for a fight. I might be wrong though. CW as well as Sans moved in immediately here. Samo trying to find an opening here. Bigetron, they will not go for that business. They will disengage here. And yeah, it is still 2-1 total kills from both teams.
Definitely not looking good for Bigetron Alpha. ONIC Esports, again, they're so good at playing the map this way, splitting it up, and again, just securing these objectives with the better rotations that they have with Samo on the Matilda. It's actually pretty insane now that I think about it, right? Sans is on a Faramis, a hero that can rotate super fast when he has that Shadow Stampede, and to add and to top that off, you also have Samo on the Matilda who can bring everyone in.
CW direct to the backside. Foul as well as one member gets taken down. And take a look at the backside. Max will not be able to achieve anything. But Key, though, is almost takes Samo down. But now Key is left all alone in the mid side. Isn't able to achieve anything because Boots is there to cover Sans. But on the other side, Repo actually catches the body and takes Samo down. It is a 4-1, but ONIC Esports claims the mid turret as well.
Man, what an immaculate way to actually destroy and siege down the turret in the mid lane. They actually dove onto the tier 2 with the damage and the mobility that CW has on the Claude. Again, having that sprint, having the BMI placed in the back, he's able to do so much without actually risking his life.
It's so difficult right now because ONIC Esports, all they're doing is harassing using the Faramis and the Matilda, and once you get half HP, you go down to, dangerous levels, CW just comes in and just cleans out house. And during the fights, the objective can be secured as well. So for Bigetron, they are having difficulties sustaining in the poke game. They have difficulties all-inning, and they're also losing in the objective secure game. So it's so difficult.
Arashi, this and Gani, this is the biggest level gap I've seen. Kyrie, 4 levels ahead of Max. It's an Akai Bauman. Usually, when a jungler falls behind, we see 3 levels maximum. This is the biggest 4 levels on top, and finally Max gets enough XP to actually narrow that XP lead down. But again, it just shows how dominant and how accurate and efficient the pathing is from Kyrie here in this game.
It's a shutdown, right? 6,000 gold lead established.
Shutout.
I mean, 2 turrets, 3 neutral objectives secured. Bigetron Alpha, they're very lost here 8 minutes in, and things are looking from bad to worse now. And it seems like now, ONIC Esports, all they need to do is just stay disciplined here, Rashi.
Yes, for Bigetron Alpha, they have a lot of DPS, so they're not winning in these short trades. They have to wait until the late game where a fight will break out and they can actually duke it out and use the extra DPS coming in from Fala, from Marky to actually do damage. But at this point, when they're 6k gold behind, almost 7k, you have to wonder if in those long team fights, can they even come out on top against ONIC Esports?
Well, that's the thing, right? Bigetron Alpha needs those tanky members to actually survive the burst for them to actually win out of the fight. But Max is so behind. They find him, Miss Arrow.
Okay, Sans gets taken down. A very good opening there from the side of Bigetron. Don't wait too long. CW is there with the blazing duets, taking Marky down. And now it seems like they want war. Fala is next. That lethal counter takes his life, and Max will not be able to escape. Double kill secured for Kyrie and ONIC Esports. They are angry after that Sans was caught.
You expect BTR to actually walk out with that one, getting a very cheeky pick. But again, ONIC Esports on the back of CW. What the heck was that damage, my guy? The blazing duet. He got a golden staff. He got the DHS so early. And look at Kyrie. He's able to solo the Lord at 9 minutes. 13 levels in 9 minutes. And he takes it just for free here. He doesn't even need to use the retribution. Complete domination from ONIC Esports in game 1.
Bigetron, they just have to wait for an Abyssal Arrow to land, and they have to back out once they get a pickoff. They were able to take Samo out. It's not the ideal target, but then afterwards, they stick around, and CW completely punishes the whole team for even trying to aggress back onto ONIC Esports. Looking now at the items here, only 3 items for the most part completed for the members of Bigetron Alpha. For the side of ONIC, there's just a lot more items available, and the Wind of Nature already complete for CW. So the burst potential coming in, if Marky can land a crossbow of Tang, that won't even guarantee that they can turn the fight around. With the Lord coming in right here, this is where ONIC Esports will try and make an aggressive play.
The mid base will be the target here. Bigetron Alpha, they are desperately trying to defend this one as Boots and friends. They are trying to open up the map here. Mid base turret falls. And yeah, can you imagine, speaking of the items, right? Can you imagine CW on that Malefic Roar, which he just secured? The penetration is just going to be set so deadly. Take a look at that at Marky. He immediately retreats, and Missile connects onto his Sans. Will he be taken down now? Not just yet. Bigetron will focus on to clear the minions just yet. Take a look at that dive. Potential from the side of ONIC Esports. It's like Fala popping up that black shoes in the front side. Will be able to survive, but unfortunately, Kyrie and friends, they are also on the retreat. Call of Ultra pops, and no casualties from both sides. Still, 1 base turret only taken down.
With the First Lord, we mentioned a lot of times that it's value just taking all the tier 2s. They were able to take down the mid base turret and even almost taken down the top side base turret. With this, you can see the damage dealt by Axe. Sans and CW just popping off in this game completely. You can see the cult altars as well. Perfectly placed for ONIC Esports to make their way out of the base there. It's very good for the side of ONIC because now they can just use this pressure to clear out the ways. No, freeze it, honestly, right now. Wait for the Lord and suffocate BTR even more. Marky's going to have a hard time scaling in this game. I don't think he's going to be able to scale at all. I mean, again, 4 levels compared to Sans. Max as well compared to Kyrie. This is insane. I don't think we've seen this level of dominance in Season 10.
We have not. Games have been a lot closer, and this is a complete shutout. Although, you have to remember, the longer the game goes, the more Bigetron Alpha will start catching up. This goal difference will get less and less relevant, so there's always a chance, but they're relying very much on ONIC Esports making a mistake because they have the save coming in by the Guiding Wind, and they have the Cult Altar to use as well as a get out of jail free card. We saw that ONIC was playing really aggressively, going into the base of Bigetron Alpha, but instead, Bigetron Alpha tried to punish them, and they were under the turret taking shots, and they were somehow still able to actually escape due to all that utility, all the shielding and the healing from the Cult Altar as well. So with that in mind, Bigetron Alpha will have to get something very valuable, as Sans is still just zoning everybody.
It's too passive, I believe, for BTR. They have a lot of pick potential, but because Max fell behind in that early stage of the game, too much, I believe. BTR just fell off, and now they're gonna have to wait for the Abyssal Arrows to connect to actually go for it, but Sans, Crossbow Tang is ready.
Crossbow Tang is ready, ladies and gentlemen, and take a look at Max. He is ready to heavy spin on.
Whoa.
CW comes in with the Blazing Duet, taking down Fala and Marquis as well. The main damage dealers are down, and now Max will not be able to secure that Lord as Kyrie on point retribution. Now Max Reapon as well as Key running for the hills. ONIC Esports, they want blood, and Max gets caught here. Two-man jump, and Repo gets taken down, not just yet. ONIC Esports still strong with 5 as 2 members. They are still down. ONIC Esports with this Lord might be able to end the game.
Oh my goodness, 15.5 thousand gold lead, and they're going for it.
They are going for Circling Eagle all towards Max. This is not looking good. Lord is still at 100 HP, one by one. The members from side of Bigetron falls, and now they are looking to end the game. Basis to expose ONIC Esports, a clean textbook performance, 1-0.
Complete shutout in game number 1. BTR couldn't even breathe. They couldn't do anything in that game. They were completely outclassed. 1-0. That's it. 14-4. All the objectives. I believe BTR didn't even get a single hit onto the turrets of ONIC Esports. And again, Arashi, we haven't seen this level of dominance since the season started.
In a very, very long time. Up to 16,000 gold difference, I believe. That is insane. And the fact that Bigetron, a team that's so creative, a team that usually is able to solve any problems, any assignments that teams pose towards them, they were just clueless. They had no answer. They were trying their best, trying out different things, yet ONIC Esports, they just stand firm and they don't give even an inch back towards Bigetron Alpha.
No breathing space whatsoever for side of Bigetron. ONIC Esports. It was a clean execution, I feel like. Very proactive from the get-go. They know their game plan, and they kept the same level of sharpness, it seems like, from minute number 1. Bigetron literally has 0 chance to turn the game around.
And like you said, Gani, it was a textbook game. It was dominant, but it was textbook by ONIC. They didn't really do anything too flashy. They went for the fights that they could take. They went for the fights when it mattered, when it can chain into an objective take. They didn't do anything too crazy in that game. They went for the Lord. They freeze up the waves. They go for the base. Go for the Lord again. Is the basic things, but again, BTR just had no response whatsoever to any of the proactive movements that ONIC Esports made in that game. And this is a big question mark for BTR. We've never seen them this far down in the red zone. And just to remind you, if they lose 2-0 to ONIC Esports, they will be 8th place.
Oof.
Pressure is there.
A very desolate situation for Bigetron Alpha indeed. And yeah, as you said, it's just all the simple things just done to perfection, because for ONIC Esports, reset in the keys of victory. Pressure for the mid lane, shut down Marquis, and they did everything all right since the beginning. Marquis got shut down, they disrupted the rotations, they made sure that Max was levels and levels behind Kyrie, and just like that, they just keep making sure that no mistakes were made. And that's just how it is, you know, you remove the mistakes and you get a clean execution.
A very clean execution indeed, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1. But let's dissect on the items and as well as the post-game soon after. 14-minute game. Arashi, what is significant?
What is significant is Boots on the Paquito. He does not go for those full or even half defensive build. It's a lot more aggressive with 3 aggressive items. And maybe you can say it's because he's snowballing, so he wants to maximize that potential. But he does a lot of damage, so he can always pressure. And the thing is, it's the same story for every single one in the team. Sans, Boots, and Samo, they're all relevant as far as damage is concerned. So Bigetron Alpha, they're constantly wondering on who's going to make a play, who's going to start an engagement. And then CW comes out of nowhere and comes in with a blazing duet. And there's no counterplay for him at all. Not enough crowd control to stop that, especially when he's just so far ahead. The post-game stats, look at the damage to tower and the Lord and turret rate. Wow. This is completely on the side of ONIC Esports. That is not good for Bigetron Alpha.
Again, we've never seen this. 0 damage to towers, 0 turtles, Lord, or turret takes at all. In Season 10, we've never seen this kind of match, but here we are seeing it. 14-4, complete shutout for the side of ONIC Esports against BTR here in Game 1.
I mean, I'm completely surprised from the Bigetron Alpha's performance. I feel like I expected better from this team, perhaps in game 2, but game number 1, zero chance whatsoever. ONIC Esports, clean textbook performance, a very sharp execution, and now for the MVP. Who do y'all think?
CW, I guess. I mean,
Or Sans.
I think CW still, because again, there you go. For the most part, Bigetron was very careful on being engaged on, but then having the wisdom, the knowledge, the experience to say, okay, they're waiting for the setups, let's just go in with the burst instead. That is what CW was doing in that game, and Bigetron, they had no solution, because even if they try and hit back, the setups, the crowd control from ONIC Esports is available to try and help CW out.
71% KP, and take a look at the items as well. Still respecting the steel leg plates built early. Let's take a look at the highlights presented by Samsung Galaxy A series.
This was one of the first occasions where CW just comes in, and look at everyone else. There's also a lot of fighters on the side of ONIC Esports, so there's enough damage for the rest of the team to just follow up and mop up the stragglers. And still look at the highlights. It's always CW coming in first, not because that's his plan. It's because Bigetron are avoiding the setups from the rest of the team. And again, even if Bigetron tries to go for a gamble, goes for 50-50, the Cult Altar is available. And here, ONIC goes so deep under turrets, by the way. They're still taking turret shots at this point. Not a single person gets taken out. That is insane control.
It's pretty crazy. The fact that, again, Samo flickered forward to get the guiding wind range over to Kyrie, and Sans was there to provide the cover with the Cult Altar.
Ooh. Again, the same situation. They force Bigetron Alpha to try and set up in the jungle, and when you're clumped up like that, that is where CW comes in and just demolishes everyone. And then afterwards, it's all about ending the game. Nothing too special. As we said, it's all just a clean execution from ONIC Esports.
I mean, it's just all experience, and as well as realizing the power from Claude itself. CW just knows, I can go to the back line, demolish the main damage dealers, which is Fala and as well as Marquee, and yeah, from then and there, it's just a clean fight for ONIC Esports. Anything they do is just going to be a win.
Yeah, see, with this though, this does mean that Selena will be sitting still at a 0% win rate after the 3 times that has been picked in Season 10. Not value at all for that Selena pick, but what is value is right here. Donnie, what is it?
It is UBS Gold. So ladies and gentlemen, please invest in UBX Gold X MPL Season 10, starting from 100,000.
100K?
That's very value to get a free, perhaps, of MLBB skins. So get yours from ubslifestyle.com. UBS Lifestyle e-commerce and Blee UBS Lifestyle.
Man, what are you waiting for? Go and get it, because this is the limited edition as well. You can get the MPL stamp on it, MPL ID with the logo right there. But back again into the game here. Let's talk a little bit about it, Arashi. Selena, 3 times it's been picked in Season 10, still sitting at a 0% win rate. Voloisky picked it twice, he picked it once.
I'm wondering if the mindset is to actually use Selena aggressively, or is the mindset to use Selena to get intel with the traps? Because we have been saying that in the current meta, having proactive movements, having a strong roamer is so beneficial. But for Bigetron, having 3 members being late game heroes, Lilia, I guess not exactly late game, but a lot more late game compared to Faramis. You have a 1-1 and you have an Esmeralda, right? All these lanes just need so much time, and that it's just time that ONIC won't spend idling around. They know they have the advantage in that moment, and so they just keep going for aggressive plays.
I do feel like, though, however, that the Selena pick wasn't really a mistake. I think BTR, the players, just got, outclassed in that game, right? Again, especially by this guy right here, the turret plater. Of how just crazy. Look at the total building damage. Number 1 in MPL ID, 224,000 damage to turrets.
This guy is
if you're a turret,
you avoid this man.
Run away, man. Yeah.
This man's a menace. And I think it just comes down to ONIC's playstyle, right? They like playing for the gold lane because it's so effective. Shut down the opposing gold laner and get your own gold laner ahead. And if your gold laner is CW, he does work.
He does work indeed, ladies and gentlemen. This is still ONIC Esports, and as well as Bigetron here. ONIC Esports, as of right now, they are leading 1-0. Will Bigetron be able to equalize in the next game? But take a look at the ONIC locker room here. Kyrie and friends, they are still preparing. Meanwhile, Bigetron, they are already in the stage. Sans still not Sans Toy. In case you didn't know, Sans Tui or Santai.
Sans means
is
chill.
chill. So
He's definitely not
Sans
chill.
is not chill here with the #1 highest average damage with 65,000 worth of damage.
Definitely not chill indeed, man. That's a very aggressive person.
laner.
That's not a Sans. That's not a chill mid laner. But also, not your average roamer. It's Samo. I really like this. Second average assist, second most average assist, 8.33 assists per game. So again, with Samo coming into this lineup, it does feel like this ONIC lineup just really clicks. They're able to rotate on the map in a level where even BTR can't handle. Again, BTR, it doesn't, every game that they've lost in the season so far, they haven't lost 2-0 dominantly, right? They've lost 2-1s against RRQ, against Alter Ego. This might be the first 2-0.
A lot of death.
If ONIC wants to go with the same kind of aggression, that is very, very possible. I think what's really impressive from ONIC is the fact that their composition just works so well. Again, Bigetron is trying to play safe. They just keep whittling down at the HP bars with the Faramis, with the Matilda, and once everyone's half HP, you can go in with the Paquito and just knock someone out. You can come in with the Blazing Duet and just clean house. There's just so many options available for their team, and I think that next level drafting plan is so beneficial to for the players of ONIC Esports to show their potential and talent.
Yeah. Well, speaking of now, we are seeing the coaches, their visions, and as well as take a look, check their headphones. JBL Quantum Series, ladies and gentlemen, as Frendini and as well as Aldo, both, they are communicating with their players with that headset. But back to the drafts here, I feel like the approach from ONIC Esports, of course, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But what should Bigetron draft here in the second game? I feel like letting go Faramis was a little mistake in game #1.
I think letting go of the Faramis wasn't really a mistake, though. I think the Faramis being let go is fine. You pick up an Akai, but why did they ban Bauman?
In the second phase, yeah.
Yeah, they could have. In the second phase, Bauman was picked up in the second phase. And again, that's a hero that we mentioned. Kyrie, he's insane with his retributions, especially if you give him 2 retributions on the Bauman. But here you go. There is a comment from Alfian Aditya right there. Arashi, Hoshi.
Yeah, stay consistent till, keep doing your best and stay consistent because, again, it's a very great comment because consistency is key. That is a motto that we've said again and again. But yeah, key is in BTR.
And Marquee.
Unfortunately.
Marquee.
So double key for Bigetron. They need to find the key to deal with ONIC in this next game for sure, man. Because I think maybe a stronger...
I can see the key. He's right there.
Yes, he is visible to us from,
there, look.
From the stage. Wow. Perfect timing, honestly.
I think they're lacking of consistency. So let's just jump into the drafting phase here in Game 2. For Game 2, ONIC Esports and as well as Bigetron. ONIC will still be on the blue side. We'll still have the first pick. Natalia ban. Bigetron will respond with the same approach here up to this point with the Fanny ban. Will they go for another copy and paste approach?
I think
Completely the same right now.
Bigetron needs to go for maybe a winning lane, don't you think, Mirko? Because when all 3 lanes don't really have pressure, the jungle suffers as a result as well. So I think, I don't know, if they want to go for a strong jungler, pair with a good mid lane, a good roamer, or if they want to actually play for one of the lanes to scale, like let's say the 1-1, they need someone stronger in the XP lane to just maintain pressure and pull attention away from that lane.
I'm going to be honest with you, Arashi. I'm a big advocate for getting winning lanes, but in game #1, BTR drafted 2 winning side lanes. They did. Esmeralda against Paquito, 1-1 against Claude. It did not matter. It was all in the mid lane. No, I feel like it was all in the jungle. Again, Max was so behind against Kyrie, who was able to path so adaptively against Max.
The jungle in the mid lane for sure will dictate which jungler gets to be aggressive in the lane, in the jungles and invade towards the opponent's side. But of course, the side lanes you're talking about, they're not like hardcore stomps. You know, because even the Paquito and Esmeralda, we did mention it's a bit of a skill matchup. So if there's no, if they're not winning hard enough to be a factor in those jungle fights, I think it's just not enough.
Oh, Akai first pick though from ONIC Esports now. Kyrie's signature in Season 10 so far, BTR. With response now, honestly at this point, they need to pick up a Beatrix, right? There's no way they let this go again. This time the 1-1 was banned, so Claude, I think Beatrix is more expensive.
Paquito, perhaps?
Beatrix,
for-
Paquito?
Yeah, can work here for Bigetron, or if they really want to shake up their drafts here, perhaps they could pick up a Diggy early here.
That's what I expect.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. They should somehow change their approach totally.
Yeah, I think picking up some flexible picks will be so important here. The Paquito will come in, and the Julian is the option that Bigetron will go for.
Wow. 2 melee heroes here, leaving the Beatrix open for CW to take. Now, I don't know about this. We all know how lethal CW is, especially now. Again, we gotta mention it. Main shot caller no longer CW. He doesn't need to pay attention to the map as often. He can just focus on his mechanics, and so far, we've been seeing him getting a lot of MVPs recently because of that, with his more mechanical style play.
Yeah. Now, what will they respond with here, Rashi? It seems like Beatrix could be an option, just like we said earlier, or if they really
They can
want
go
to
for
shake
the
things
Claude
up, they can
again.
go for Claude again, but it will actually be that Beatrix, and of course,
Wow.
Vita.
That is scary, man. We have a comment here from Sans. Pilot's performance is pretty good. Let's give the viewers a beautiful gameplay in the Land of Dawn, so sportsmanship and respect. But once you're in game, it's all personal. So with the Beatrix, with the Kadita, ONIC is looking to absolutely destroy in the early game.
Oh, this is a very... I mean, if they had a lot of early game pressure in the previous game, now they have even more, I believe, in terms of the damage output given out by this composition. BTR have a chance to pick up a Diggy here. Against an Akai, against a Kadita, it works really, really well. But they go for a Masha, a pick that can dive into that back line, can put pressure onto the Beatrix, but
at what cost?
At what cost? Like, there's going to be so much dive, so much pick, and even Arashi disengage. The Masha tries to go to the back line. As long as Kyrie plays with the Beatrix, the Masha's not going to have a good time. He's going to get pinned into a wall and gunned down by the Beatrix.
Samo can also disrupt and engage using some of the knockups. He can just delete the backline for Bigetron as well, so they can't even dive too aggressively unless maybe they draft a Claude that can come in. But that's all very, very dangerous when you're going up against a team that is so aware of the potential to turn back things around in the fights. So now we go into the second banning phase, and for Bigetron, I'm not sure what they want to ban. I mean, the mid lane for the side of ONIC is still open. Esmeralda will be their pick.
Well, Esmeralda is a good, solid ban here from side of Bigetron, but let's take a look once again towards the head-to-head between the gold laners here. Both players, they like the Beatrix, but now in game 2, CW is on that hero. Well, average damage at number 6-4 side of CW. Meanwhile, from Marky, it is actually, his average damage is slightly higher. But once again, from the drafts here, it seems like ONIC Esports, they can opt for a hero that is from the backside. They are trying to limit the gold laners here. Perhaps that Popo and Koopa, they do not want to have a objective hero.
Well, what the person you feel bad for right now is the turrets of Bigetron Alpha, because with the Beatrix in hand of CW, the man known for destroying turrets and taking tower platings, I think it's gonna be quite obvious.
What time is it? It's Wesker time.
It's Wesker time. Nuking down structures instead of heroes. And banning out the Popo and Koopa will deny a bit of engage from Bigetron, and it will also deny the potential for Bigetron to destroy structures in response to ONIC when they're going for a particular lane.
There you go. Cho banned as well. And like I mentioned in game 1, that heavy emphasis on the Akai pick is because Kyrie and Max becomes the most picked. They picked Akai the most times here in MPL ID Season 10, with 4 times of it being picked up here. But it seems like Kyrie wants to show him how it's done in game number 2.
Oof. Yeah, immediately the clone ban comes through here.
This is not going to be good.
So
They banned
what can Bigetron play here for the side of Marky? Irithel perhaps? A forced Irithel here?
Irithel, we've seen the Bruno before. Up against this composition though, I don't know if that's going to really work out. Again, Bruno has been rising in popularity because of a Filipino amateur who backdoored Blacklist International.
Exactly.
BTR.
Yeah?
I don't know about this.
They need backliners here to somehow synergize well. With that, Julian,
I can only think about Irithel. Like, if you want to have the same level of mobility as the Masha, Paquito, and Julian,
yes.
Irithel.
I mean, if you pick someone too static, you get sniped, you get bursted down. So for Bigetron, Airtel will come out. It makes sense, right? 0% win rate so far, so not the most encouraging stat. Not for ONIC Esports though. Are they going to go for a burst mage to enable the early game aggression? Are they going to go for long range to deny the Airtel? They have so many options here. It all depends on how they want to counter the members of Bigetron.
Oh, with this kind of composition, they already have the Akai. They can just go for something like a... It's not really Sansa's style, but Eve can work. Eve can definitely work. You know what? Sansa's signature. Just bring out the Lilia.
Yeah, Veil as well. I mean, Sans loves that Veil, but ONIC Esports will go for that Uranus and
the Lilia.
The fast
wow.
hero clear. Remember, game 1, it was Bigetron. It was Fala who were in the helms, but now it seems like it switched places with Uranus and as well as Akai in the front lines. It seems like, yeah, ONIC Esports, a very balanced composition.
Oh, I don't know about this. Again, 2 winning lanes in the first game for BTR. Now, Masha up against Uranus. Definitely not going to have a good time. Masha is not, just doesn't do well against the Uranus with the regen, against that basic attack, especially with the passive stack that you can just get completely against the Masha. BTR, they're going to need a person who can disengage, man. But I don't know. I guess they have to put the Paquito in the jungle, pick up a mage.
How's this gonna work?
Oh, I don't know. They're lacking that magic damage. They need to pick up a mage. They go for the... That's a whole
I guess they have Julian.
But there's no range. There's no Irithel as well. No range. Like, the range is very, very small compared to this kind of composition. There's a lot of dive there.
Wow.
Mobility is going to be the key for BTR if they want to win this game, basically. Because all their heroes have a lot of mobility. But again, the talent prediction by Axe. Gani?
Yeah, seems like ONIC, me and Arashi will favor ONIC Esports, but it seems like you, Miracle, will favor the Red Robots. We'll see though, it is still 1-0. Can Bigetron reverse sweep, equalize the second game here? Arashi will have to wait and see. But composition-wise, it seems like Bigetron, they are confident with that composition. We'll have to see the outcome. ONIC Esports and as well as Bigetron will go head-to-head for the second game here. Once again, Bigetron, can they equalize or will ONIC close this series out with a 2-0 fashion? Land of Dawn we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see.
We're seeing the chants, we're hearing it from the BTR fans in the background. But again, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into this game, Max has opted to go for the Paquito in the jungle. And usually when we do see the Paquito in the jungle, it's Paquito with the high and dry. He's opted to go for the killing spree this time, up against Kyrie and ONIC Esports.
Especially if they want to go for big dives like that, I guess they have to go big or go home. The killing spree will be kind of like helpful when they want to go aggressive like they do now. But right now, they're going full dive against a composition that has a lot of protection. And the Lilia, right? The Lilia can do so much damage here because everyone will be clumped up trying to dive at your team. All the glooms will be slowing, will be doing a lot of damage. And even in the mid game, if Bigetron wants to go aggressively, the Black Shoes will deny that kill for them as well. So it's looking very, very difficult. And they can't even guarantee that they'll be able to get through the Uranus. Because that's Boots being the main frontliner.
That's the thing, right? I mean, key on that Atlas, sure, it can provide space. It could provide the lack of space, the lack of range that the composition from the side of Bigetron is lacking. But the question is, remember, Akai with that heavy spin can just immediately disengage from any sort of a team fight from that Atlas.
That's the thing. That's why I was really skeptical about the Atlas pick. There's so much disengage for the side of ONIC.
Estes more.
Estes could be an option against this composition. I don't know though, looking at it, we're gonna take a look at Key because he is the all-rounder roamer with the 3rd highest hero pool in Season 10 with his 8 heroes.
8 heroes.
He picked up the Selena, we saw him on a Franco, now we're seeing him on the Atlas, a hero that we're used to seeing on the hands of Key.
Maybe their mindset for not picking the Estes gun is the fact that if they do go for that, then who will actually guarantee that the dive will be like beneficial? Because then now they have an Atlas, and so if everything does play out perfectly, there's a chance they can come out on top. But if they go with an Estes, then there's no one to actually initiate the beginning of that fight. And they just stuck waiting and getting poked down by the members of ONIC. And maybe in that situation, the sustain can be helpful. But then, again, they'll be banking on the fact that they're waiting for ONIC to make a mistake. And if we see the performance in game number 1, that's not a very good game plan. So
yeah,
I think going with Engage might be the better, the solution with more potential.
We'll have to see, right? Because I'm so skeptical with that Atlas pick, but producer said that we are ready to jump to the Land of Dawn. So into the Land of Dawn we go, ladies and gentlemen, to begin once again to continue the match, the game between ONIC Esports and as well as Bigetron. It seems like now we are already minute number 1, so we'll have to see. It seems like both rumors, they are already hovering the gold lane area. And moreover, it seems like a Bigetron as well as ONIC Esports. No first blood on the board.
Well, none just yet, but we have to see how aggressive can Samo be, because we said that Samo is good at protecting, good at rotations. We didn't say that he's good at picking off and setting up plays the same way Godiva is. So him on the Kadita is a very interesting scenario I wasn't expecting to see today.
Something to take note is the fact that ONIC Esports, every single member on their team can really just make plays on the map. Meanwhile, for BTR, it's mostly just the Atlas. If the Atlas gets a massive play, everyone can follow up. Here we go.
Yeah, Kyrie spinning, diving heavily onto his Fala. Does not connect quite yet. Fala is able to escape that one as he is still level 3. Now Max, though, is already chunking this turtle. He, with level 4 Fatalings, is ready. Flicker Fatalings connects onto her too, but now take a look at that. The Wombo combo connects. Boots and Kyrie gets taken down, but on the other side, actually, Suns gets a double onto its Fala, and as well as Max. What the heck happened there? But what an engage, and as well as what a response from ONIC Esports.
That's the thing, like I mentioned, when the Atlas is able to make those kind of plays, BTR, they find a lot of success, but Samo, okay, very close from hitting that Petrify, but Fala now goes in.
Using that ult as a defense,
he finds him.
Catch Samo actually in the jungles, and Max will have that kill, no problem. Turtle is up, still untouched here, the first one, and it seems like that should be the agenda for both teams.
To answer your question though, how did that happen? How was ONIC Esports able to get a 2-for-2 trade, even though Key was the engager, was the initiator in that fight? Black Shoes. Like Arashi mentioned, easiest answer. With the Black Shoes, just go back to normal. Even though you're CC'd twice, if they don't burst you down completely, you can still come back. And here you go, another fight into the turtle.
Now we'll have to see a retribution battle as Max is also entering that vicinity. Kyrie calmly corrected that turtle. Now heavy spin on towards Max. He gets taken down. Repo trying to find a kill, and he gets it. But now Repo should be a juicy target for Boots. Will he be able to escape? The timing, the mechanics, Repo outplaying Boots. A very rare sight to behold.
Clutch play by Repo there as he pops in the sprint as well. But you can see that right now with the Atlas, Key is actually very active on the map. More active than Samo and Suns, which is very rare to see, right? Again, on Esports, usually with Samo, their rotations are just impeccable. But in this game, it does feel like he has been seen on the map moving around way more, but he hasn't been able to find a lot of crazy picks yet.
He has more space to maneuver because he is a tank, so he doesn't get punished as hard. Meanwhile, Samo, we saw that if he misplays quite a bit, he can get caught out. So it's a whole different playstyle, which is why I was curious to see how aggressive can he go and how crafty can he be, playing with the vision, playing with the backline, with the opportunities to shut down and burst down the backline members from Bigetron Alpha.
This is going to be tough, again, for BTR, because, like I mentioned, Arashi and Gani, no winning lanes for the side of BTR. Uranus here in the top side going to have a pretty solid time against a Uranus, and in the bottom side, TW should be able to farm very well up against the Irithel. Irithel doesn't really have a lot of pressure here up against a Beatrix, unless it's an all-in. If he plays at range, it could be good, but perfect match.
A lot of damage comes through Samo with the disengage. Will be able to escape that one, but in the mid-side, something might be brewing there. But no commitments just yet. Seems like both gold laners, CW as well as Marky, they will go for the farm approach. And yeah, no team fight whatsoever in the 5th minute.
Marky needs to keep on doing this right here. You know, trying to freeze up the waves, but it's just not gonna happen. That's the Renner for you. With the crazy range that you have, you're able to clear out the waves really well. And again, with that ultimate, you can steal away a lot of those like gold buffs, even clearing out the mini waves super fast. And again, with the winning lanes that they have, they capitalize on it, securing another turtle on the map, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. A 1.5k gold lead building up for ONIC Esports here in the 5th minute of the game. As Arashi, it's time for that item check.
Samo HT with the Clock of Destiny already, so things are going well for them. CW with the BOD as well. They have all the burst potential if they can catch Bigetron Alpha in a tough spot. But Max already has the Hunter Strike as well, so if they can catch a squishier member like maybe Sans here, they can go and capitalize, but he's way too fast with the sprint. So ONIC Esports, man, once they start grouping together, they will have solid frontline in addition to all this utility. It's going to be a very tough nut to crack for Bigetron Alpha.
Samo also isolated here. King as well as Marky trying to find a kill. Fatal lanes will not connect. Samo with the easy disengage there. And yeah, Key with the thumbs up, and now they want the bot
Kyrie
side.
here.
Kyrie heavy spin on towards one member. Marky
Oh,
is the
no,
target.
Marky!
He will not be able to survive that one, and now this is Marky foul as well as Key bot side flickering away as one structure claimed in the hands of ONIC Esports to the hands as well as Marky.
His ex-teammate there, he just shoved him back to ONIC Esports to take that kill. And again, CW doing what he's best known for, just taking the turrets in that bottom side with the Renner, clearing out the waves again. He almost took down 2 turrets there, and Max here in the 7th minute. He is equal in terms of the farm with Kyrie, but he's not really able to really burst anyone. Even if he goes to the top side, Uranus, way too sustainable, way too tanky for Max to really put pressure on him. Samo though.
Petrify connects on towards Max. Take a look at the damage. It's not enough damage though, but Kyrie with that fataling actually jumps towards the turret. Still survived though, but what a pressure from ONIC Esports.
Yeah, pressure. That is the burst potential they have, and they're not done yet. This Boots just zones everyone away from the turret while the team takes it. Marky is forced to go away, and Repo here, he won't be able to do anything. He's slowed again and again, and ONIC, they can even go for this if they want to.
Oh my god, 2 HP bars just gone like that. And again, this is what, I mean, we've been saying it constantly, Arashi. BTR, gold lane, XP lane, not winning, and even in that mid lane, Fala is struggling because Sans has that ranged advantage.
And he has a clear advantage as well as Samo HT just coming in from the sidelines, maybe tipping the game, tipping the lane, the 1v1 in the favor of Sans as well. So they're in a very tough spot right now, and they don't really have a clear-cut solution. Maybe they can try and flank ONIC Esports if they want to make sure they get comboed like that. It's just a difficult, a very tough game, a tough situation altogether, man.
Yeah, very tough spot here. ONIC Esports establishing a 3,000 gold lead here, Mirko. And Bigetron, it seems like they are struggling to find an answer. Fala takes just 1 bullet from that sniper shot, almost half HP. He here with that perfect match will be able to escape. But man, what can ONIC Esports, no, Bigetron Alpha do to turn this game around?
Back again to the first point that I made. Bigetron Alpha, the way they can win this game is through Key. If Key gets a massive engage, sure, they can still win this game. They can go for a 5-man wombo combo, but how is that going to happen when you have someone, well, not someone, you have everyone who can get away from it, right? Samo with the oddities, Sans with the black shoes, Kyrie with the heavy spin to disengage and give over the space necessary for CW to escape. It feels impossible for Key to look for that crazy moment. They're trying to go onto Samo, but again, that's the oddity.
Oh my god, trying
wow.
to next, but Key 1 HP. Can he survive this one?
Oh!
The explain catches too, and this might be it. Bigetron, they take 2. ONIC Esports, they are in shambles. CW, they are running. Kyrie might be next as Kyrie will not be able to escape as Max will take the triple kill. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yo, my bad, Key. I doubted you, bro. I mean, I said that it's almost impossible because of how much disengage ONIC Esports have, but Key, 1 bar, 1 HP, literally, he finds the play to turn the tide to now BTR, they have an opportunity to go for the Lord.
Boots, though, will not let that happen as Marky taking loads of damage there. Now Samo also on the other side, trying to find a play, and there you go, the play, but Max will claim that Lord as Boots will be the sandbag and will not be able to escape as killing spree has been collected. One member falls, and Lord falls to the hands of Bigetron Alpha. Is this the turnaround that Bigetron Alpha needs, Arashi?
This is what they need to get great fights, good catches, and they got it off the back of an insane play by Key. This is the replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It looks like ONIC has the advantage because Samo has more immunity, but Key with the flicker, he gets Sans, he gets CW, two of the most important members on the side of ONIC Esports. If he can continue to find these pickoffs, Bigetron Alpha, they have a chance.
Again, that was pure class. What the heck? He dodged away from the Angry Blooms, from the Renner shot, and he found the flicker again. Like you mentioned, Rashi, 2-2 core members, and BTR are looking for a flank again.
Okay. ONIC Esports, they took it to Lord. Sans popping that black shoes, but Fatal Links connects, and now Kyrie, the heavy spin, will not be able to survive, will not be able to save Sans' life, but Marky taking a load, a lot of damage there. From CW, one member falls offside. Samo popping the conceal just to escape as Max and as well as Repo, they are still somehow hunting Samo down. Will not be able to achieve anything though. And it is to reset Bigetron Alpha now, establishing the gold lead just by a bit.
Wow. Again, Arashi, one team fight and the gold lead again. It's over to BTR now. As we are going to take a look at the 11th-minute item check. What do you see?
There's plenty of damage available from the side of Bigetron Alpha. The only issues they've been running into is the fact that they can't lock down ONIC Esports. They can't get the cash they want to. So if you get caught like that with the Fatal Links and you get bursted down before you can use a Black Shoes, before your allies can come and save and bail you out, Bigetron Alpha, they can for sure just shut down people and delete them. Because Fala is going with a very aggressive assassin build as well. So him and Max, right? A good mixture of physical and magical burst. ONIC Esports will need to be very, very careful. And Sans needs to make sure he knows where the Black Shoes is. Because Bigetron Alpha, if they're moving forwards, right? The Black Shoes will automatically put Sans in a worse position. So ONIC Esports, they have to be very tactical with how they want to maneuver around S5.
And look at Marky, yeah? Look at his items. He has those 3 core items to deal damage. And I think he is going to go for that Malefic Roar next for the penetration. Once he gets that, he's going to be able to actually melt down the tanky members of ONIC Esports. I think Boots is also going to have a tough time because Bigetron have that dominance ice. In a full 5v5 team fight, it's going to be hard, but Kyrie already jumping in, and my goodness.
He catches Key, the core member that caused the initial problems for the side of ONIC Esports, deleted. And now ONIC Esports, they are starting to pick up the pace. Take a look at the bot side here, but Samo gets caught in a 3v1 situation. So both roamers, they are down here. And in Bigetron Alpha, they might look for more. Sans is the next target from Repo. Immediately shoot away by Boots and as well as Kyrie here. Repo taking a lot of damage, but he's okay. He's the mash of the Max here, providing enough damage and as well as backup on the backside, and it is going to be a reset for both teams.
Good recovery by BTR. They know that they just lost their roamer, so they go and they look for Samo. Very good read for them to be able to find him in the bush, but now it's BTR who's looking for the Lord.
Boots penetrating the backside immediately here, providing information, but now take a look at Kyrie. He gets the Fatal Links, and now no for follow-up damage whatsoever, but take a look at the backside. Boots trying to create havoc for his team, and it went Fallon out, trying to deal damage, and take a look at CW. He gets the load. Kyrie opening up that heavy spin, providing the disengage. He gets taken down once again, and Bigetron, they are starting to crumble here in minute number 14.
Again, ONIC Esports turn the tides. They get back. They stay calm and collected. And with the damage that CW has, they don't even need that retribution, Arashi. They take it with a Renner shot, I believe, or a Wesker shot.
I'm just about to say, how is that damage even legal, man? Even when they tried to pick off Key, it took 2 shots to melt a full tank. The main engage, the main front line for Bigetron Alpha. If the front line melts that easily, the rest of the members don't stand a chance.
Heptases.
Yeah.
Or Heptases as well right now. So even Repo won't be lasting that much long, especially if CW goes with the Wesker.
And Max has opted to go for the BOD here. So he's going for kind of a glass cannon build on the Paquito, not really having a lot of defensive items or not having defensive items at all. As CW just goes to work once again, most turret damage in the league. ONIC Esports trying to siege down the base, already taken down all the tier 2s except for that top side. They're looking for that bottom side. The key has something to say about it.
Fatalings is ready, but Flicker isn't. So Bigetron, they are able to somehow defend that Lord push with minimum damage, it seems like. Base turret still up and top turret is still up. But take a look at Max here. Oh, Sans gets caught in a very awkward situation.
Wow.
And the burst damage from that BOD is just evidence. Sans immediately off the map.
And this is something that we know about Sans. As a mid laner here, replacing Drian, what differentiates him from Drian is the fact that he's very aggressive. Maybe sometimes too aggressive. Even with the black shoes, up against a Paquito that's 7-2-4, well 6-2-4 before that kill. It's going to be really hard, man. He just got a BOD. Remember, he's a glass cannon, and that's what he can do. If you play front to back, he's going to have a tough time. But if he finds you like that, you're done for. You can see that still, though, ONIC Esports are holding on to the win possibility there. Win probability presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series with the gold lead and the map pressure that they have.
I think right now, Repo with the build he's going for, the tanky cheese build, he won't be able to 1v1 in that split push situation. So Boots has an edge in mobility as well as sustain. And the scary part about Bigetron right now, most of the kills are on Max anyway. So he has the bulk of the kills. Unfortunately though, not the bulk of the gold. So Marky will still be able to do a lot of damage if he's left alone. But they have caught up and they have a lot of items available. So the fights now will come down to execution because you can't really make the case that ONIC Esports have a huge item advantage any longer.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Julian, though, he added Holy Crystal as well. So highest physical with that BOD in Max's arsenal. Fala adds Holy Crystal as well. The highest magical power in that Julian. Only on their side, Sans, he built a that glowing wand and as well as Ice Cream wand. So providing utility in that slow effect and as well as burning effects. Lord is up here. What can Bigetron Alpha do to recover from this deficit?
Well, again, you know, it's going to sound repetitive, but the only one who can actually look for these crazy plays is Key.
Yes.
If Key doesn't go, doesn't get the Fatal Links onto the core members, or at least pressures the core members to back up, BTR have no chance to actually win out a proper team fight here. Remember, ONIC can jump in from different angles. With the Lilia, with the sprint, you have the Nakai that can CC, and obviously Samo. Look at how he's positioning with the Uranus, trying to go for the flanks.
I think an option here for Bigetron is to, you know, if ONIC Esports are too respectful of Key and his engage, there's a chance that Fala can find an opportunity to try and knock people up and start the fight with the empowered chain. That is still a gamble though. So I think for the most part, Bigetron, they just have to play it clean and calculative and make sure that their own backliners don't get cut off, because Marky can absolutely do a lot of damage. It just depends on whether or not CW can maybe use different weapons to try and deal that damage faster, as we say that though.
Oh, the flanks, Boots, and as well as Samo. Conceal play on towards the backside here. They are targeting Marky. Can he connect? And take a look at that as the front line now. Samo gets taken down, but take a look at the backside. ONIC Esports, they are heavily trying to take down Repo. And take a look at the backside as well. One member is low. Marky still surviving. Two members, they're low. 1-for-1, Samo and Repo off the map. And ONIC Esports, they got the Lord.
Beautiful play by ONIC Esports. Again, they did lose a member, but it's only a roamer for the Lord, enhanced Lord this time around, and they also get a pick off onto Repo. So Samo dying there is fine, because he was able to buy a lot of pressure by just jumping in. Even though he missed the Petrify, he missed the Breath of the Ocean onto Marky, it still made Marky look. It still forced Marky to use the sprint. And now ONIC Esports with the Lord at hand, with Samo spawning in 5 seconds, they're going to have the upper hand coming into the siege.
They have a lot more DPS as well, because Sans and CW, again, the siege, the burst potential, it's just so flexible, and Bigetron, they just are guessing again and again, what is ONIC going to try and do? Because they can do so many things, it just makes it very difficult to try and be reactive, to try and predict what they're trying to do. They will be able to clear out the Lord, but they're losing a bunch of towers, and ONIC, they're not done just yet. Bigetron needs to be very, very careful, because we've seen that they can go aggressive here.
Yeah, base turret number 1 collapsed. ONIC Esports, they are still sieging the base. Bigetron struggling, not struggling, they are dealing this rather well here, defending the base turret, but top side will collapse as well. ONIC Esports, they are still with the pressure, keeping the pressure so evident. All the jungles will be collected here, but overall, it's going to be reset. Key, though, will try to find a member here as Kyrie might be the target. Doesn't connect the Fatal Links just yet. It is still active. Key gets taken down here, perhaps. Immortal Bombs has no members is there to follow him up, but Sam on the front side gets taken down. Now Sans and friends, they are ready for fights. Marquee, 2 members down, and it seems like Winter's Runcheon will be ready for side of Boots, but it is actually be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, both roamers taken down. BTR have lost so much, 2 base turrets in that fight, so ONIC Esports definitely with the better value here. Key built up that Radiant armor, but I think most of the damage onto him has been placed by the man you see at the top of the player gold. Presented to you by UBS Gold, CW, 15,000 gold into this game. And Arashi, the amount of damage that he's been able to output, he got the Lord twice.
It's ridiculous, man, honestly. We can keep saying it again and again. It doesn't make any sense. And now for Bigetron, it's so difficult because they are now relying on Key making the plays happen, but ONIC Esports, they just wait. They just kite back, poke again and again, and once they saw a chance that, okay, everyone else is too far away to punish us for committing onto Key, they just go for it, and they get the pick off, and they get the objective. So Bigetron Alpha, they have to mix it up. They have to try and engage with something else. Maybe it won't be as effective, as clean, but it's better than just waiting for Key to get that fight. Maybe Max needs to flank. Maybe Fala needs to do a flicker knockup combo. Something else needs to be done to take the attention of ONIC Esports away from Key.
No one can burst the Uranus as well, Arashi. Because of this, BTR are having a very tough time controlling the map. Uranus is constantly just a threat in that side lane, cutting up the waves. Mashi can do the same thing, but not to the level of efficiency that the Uranus can. And right now, ONIC Esports, again, they're just playing with the Lord here, taking it all the way to a place where they have pressure, and BTR can't really do much about it, right? Again, look at the flanks that ONIC Esports are setting up. When Bigetron try to disengage Arashi, it's gonna be a disaster for them because Boots and Samo are waiting. They're pushing up top side, and someone's gonna have to respond with this.
Exactly. ONIC Esports is they're content just doing this again and again. Now Repo is forced to go back already. Sans has a lot of damage as well, so they can't even carelessly stay inside the bush. Honestly, they have to make it messy, man, because at the most part, even if they both clash, there's a chance they take CW out. That's a better result than just waiting for CW to get a snipe from far away, outrange, away from any danger. If they go and clash and trade the Iritel for the Beatrix, there's still a chance.
Boots jumps in on towards the backside.
Free Lord.
Flicker and as well as Fatal Links. Oh my god, Sam on the backside. Connects on towards 2. Fala and Marky was the recipients of that Khadija, and it seems like Marky is still able to survive, but not for Fala. Lord was a rather free and involved Lord, and this might be it. ONIC Esports, they can close the game here.
What did I say? What did I say? Boots, Samo, put your eyes onto them because they have been setting up for that flank all the way since they started the Lord. And now, with the Evolved Lord, it's looking hard for the side of BTR.
Okay, actually Billings next on towards the immediate disengage on that heavy spin. It's so annoying. And now Lord of Marches offside at Bigetron. They are looking to defend this one with 4. Base turret, the last base turret collapsed. And now Lipo jumping onto a CW will not be able to connect to take him down just yet. But now they should shift their focus to the Lord top side. All of the Bigetron members on deck. And take a look at the damage there. And the base turret is just too exposed. ONIC Esports a clean series 2-0 fashion. Congratulations.
2-0 again in the second game. We did see a little bit more fight from BTR, but in the end, it's still ONIC Esports who were too clean, too calm, and you cannot shake them. Even though they made a few blunders that gave BTR the opportunity to come back, it was not worth it. It was not going to do anything in the grand scheme of things as ONIC Esports. They stayed very, very disciplined.
Wow, I think it's just, if you just go and do the textbook logical things, I think ONIC, there's no way they're going to lose that. I think Bigetron, they are forced into a tough situation. They had to take a gamble, man, because if they just waited, this is what happens. Everything is just too calm, clean, calculated. and there's no opportunities. So it's crazy how ONIC is able to put Bigetron at such a tough spot purely based on drafting and execution. And I think, I don't know, man, there's not a lot of teams that I think can actually match ONIC in this department.
It's just a stomp. From
It
game
is.
1, game 2, sure, they have a fight, but if you take a look at the map, I mean, the turns for ONIC, it's quite healthy, and of course, the gold lead was favoring ONIC heavily. It's just a matter of time, and Bigetron, they struggled in game 1 and game 2. And ONIC Esports, they might actually move up in the standings. Bigetron losing their identity here as the strong late game team is not to their identity anymore.
Yeah, they tried to build this identity back in Season 9. Did not work. It all fell flat. Season 10 with the new roster, we all thought that maybe they could, you know, come back with that new identity, with that the late game identity that they made for themselves all the way from Season 6, 7, and 8. Every single time they made it to that late stage of the game, they always made those efficient decisions with Brands back as team captain. But now, it does feel like, yeah, I agree, they have lost their identity here. In the late game, in the early game, it did not matter, as ONIC were able to beat them at their own game.
At their own game, ladies and gentlemen. And in a bit, we will throw you guys to the host to have a quick interview to one of the ONIC players, if not staff. But once again, congratulations, ONIC Esports. A very clean, well thought game. Seems like their game plan from game 1 and 2 is just on point.
Absolutely on point, man. I don't know, I don't think Bigetron were doing awful in the late game. It's just that ONIC was just doing so much better.
Yeah.
And it just made Bigetron look like amateurs. Everything they did was just read through like a book. They were ready for all
the flanks.
They were ready for the flanks, they were ready for the engages, and there's just no answer.
There is just no answer. So let's dissect here from the ONIC players, one of the ONIC players, to Clara Monstar. Host, take it away.
Yay, thank you para caster Bunda Clara Mongstar udah siap di belakang sini bersiap ngobrol-ngobrol sama salah satu orang yang bikin pusing di Land of Dawn. Cewek!
Halo.
2-0 kemenangan tim ONIC Esports, congratulations. Akhirnya kalian ngedapetin hasil yang begitu memukau. Dan apakah ini karena Anggi yang tadi super fans ngasih semangat kalian?
Ya pasti itu salah satunya lah, supporter kan. Jadi kayak biasa kita main selalu ngedukung, itu nambah boosting lah buat kita.
Wow, tapi emang rame banget sih para Sonic yang ngumpul tadi udah dapat boostingan. Terus pas di Land of Dawn-nya nih ya, pas lagi dalam pertarungan ngelawan tim Bigetron. Tadi 2-0 kayaknya lancar banget ya. Kalian habis ngapain sih buat minggu ini?
Buat minggu ini kita belajar buat lebih disiplin aja sih. Iya.
Lebih disiplin?
Iya, mau di in-game sama out-game.
Wow, tapi tadi landing, ceritain dong, berat nggak sih landing phase-mu sekarang? Sekarang kan kita katanya ya, ini hero mempengaruhi 60%. Kamu setuju nggak?
Sebenarnya kalau hero ya setuju aja sih. Soalnya emang ada beberapa hero yang misalnya level 1-nya dia menang dikit. Misalnya level 4-nya dia bisa balikin lagi gitu.
Jadi setuju dengan 60% itu dari drafting phase mempengaruhi kemenangan?
Ya pastilah.
Wow, jadi tadi kemenangan kalian karena drafting phase kah? Atau karena ada hal apa sih? Ceritain dong, kasih tahu dong.
Yang pastinya dari drafting juga ada, ya dari playernya juga ada sih.
Oh, dari permainan yang disiplin juga ya. Dan begitu luar biasa, 2-0 kamu gonta-ganti partner juga dari 4 minggu ini. Udah ganti berapa kali coba kan? Dari pergantiannya Sans, ada lagi Drian, ada lagi gitu. Susah gak sih buat kamu beradaptasi sama pemain-pemain yang terus bergonta-ganti?
Kalau adaptasi sih kayaknya enggak sih. Soalnya emang player-playernya kita udah kenal semua, emang sering main bareng juga sih.
Oh, wow, luar biasa, nggak ada kesulitan. Dan kita udah sampai ke leg yang pertama, udah minggu yang terakhir. Kamu udah puas belum dengan hasil dari tim ONIC Esports?
Puas enggak sih.
Enggak, berarti akan ngapain nih dari tim ONIC Esports untuk ke depannya, untuk leg kedua mungkin?
Kalau misalnya puas, ya nggak terlalu puas lah. Biar bisa ngejar lebih lagi ntar.
pengen ngejar lebih lagi. Dan untuk hari Minggu akan ada penutupan ONIC Esports ngelawan tim Alter Ego. Ada pesan gak sih buat Alter Ego?
Alter Ego jangan galak-galak dah.
Jangan galak-galak ya Alter Ego. Tapi para caster di sini Bude nggak akan galak-galak sama cewek. Langsung aja kalian ambil karena silahkan breakdown gamenya.
Thank you, Clara Mongstar, for that wholesome interview with CW. He was the MVP in the first game. We'll see in the second game who will grab that MVP, as we are going to see at the item builds. Arashi.
There's not much to say, man. It's a 24-minute game, and it's just such a clean performance. You don't really, you can't really say that there's an item advantage, but the itemization, so far it's pretty simple. Marky has a written armor as well, just in case, you know, Kadita and Sans, Kadita and Lilia does a lot of damage, but in the end it wasn't enough, you know, when they come in at such a opportune moment and just burst you down. There's not really much you can do. And for the rest of the team, CW on Beatrix, man. He builds the same items. BOD, Heptoseize, Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, but overall, it just feels like he does so much more damage. I'm not even sure how that's even possible. For Boots though, he is content being in the front with the Blade Armor as well. So he's just absorbing all this damage. And when the game goes really, really late, on the side of Bigetron Alpha, the Roamer just isn't going to be as scary as Samo HT on the Kadita with all that damage. It really looks one-sided per se, but if you look at it, there's more kills on Bigetron Alpha, and the damage to turrets, it's better than the first game, but I think execution-wise and on a strategic level, I think ONIC Esports completely outclassed Bigetron in this game instead. I think in game number 1, it's just execution-wise, and right now it's more of like, I don't know, planning and draft and strategy. ONIC Esports just has a complete read on Bigetron Alpha. And the MVP for game number 2 right here by the Samsung Galaxy A series will be Sans on that Lilia. All the way from the early game, using the black shoes to just outplay the members from Bigetron, and then afterwards just do a lot of damage and be a total nuisance and an insane amount of AoE damage when the members of Bigetron are clumping up together. That's just so difficult for them to deal with.
And it's just so interesting to see, right? Because it's a very coin-flippy style of play that Sans is bringing into the table. The fact that he was caught a few times, Arashi, on this Lilia, but he's still the MVP because he created so much space, he was zoning constantly, and now we get to see the brilliance of his play here. Again, this is the moment where he black shoot away.
And look at that, he black shoes away, and the damage, the AoE DPS coming in from that hero is just so damaging, and Bigetron, they cannot ignore it, and for the most part, he's just safe in the back. He doesn't have to do anything too crazy. He here, though, credit to him for getting this insane play. Sans, as you mentioned, can get a bit too aggressive, but overall, once that happens once, it doesn't happen again. They learn from the mistakes, and the combination of CW and Sans, everyone just gets melted down, man. Not a single member from Bigetron Alpha can withstand the damage. Even Repo, yes, he has more HP bars, but he doesn't last long at all. So it's only a matter of seconds before they get bursted down. And that means that the members from Bigetron, they have to get something to happen. They have to try and get value before their front line gets deleted. And that's just, you know, that's just not reasonable. That doesn't make sense.
It's just a clean game once again from game 2. Sure, it drags out a little more longer based if you compare it to game 1, but ONIC Esports seems like even though they were caught off guard in that one moment, they were able to bounce back. That is one of the qualities that a contender in this season should have if you want to win the MPL Season 10 title.
Definitely, you know, again, it's clean gameplay. Like you said, it was textbook, but you really need flashy plays if you can play as efficiently as that and win games like that. We're gonna take a look, here at the mic check though, highlights by TikTok.
Mati. Nice!
Tinggal sama ulti,
Okay,
Cok.
Bang.
Cover gua dari Akai. Mati.
Mati. Santai ya. Nanti kayo.
Lakukan.
Nah, itu dia.
Gua lagi enggak?
Mati. Akin nauti. Gua TV. Bisa ulti gue. Mati. Gua load.
Load.
Akai.
It's okay.
Akai no.
Talena no flicker, guys.
Dari apa?
Gua kena lele, aman gua.
Bisa. Tahu guys. NW. Entar bang, kentar we.
Tor.
Gua TP ya.
Nice.
Nice. Nice Tom. Nice Tom. Sini ke gua lang. Nice lang.
Nice.
No pick kan. Dan bang if you want bang.
Dan bang. Das guys.
Semalki. Malki. Nice bang. Wait. You ready bang?
I ready.
Nice.
Nice way.
No pick dulu di atas.
Lor,
bagus lor. Nice. Bisa si
Kena
balik dulu. No pick atas.
Lihat Thomas, dapat Tom.
Nice.
Jangan Tom.
Bisa balik dulu guys. Cover.
Quality.
No banget fight. Itu mati. Nice.
A very clear and clean shot calls and communication displayed from 2 games by ONIC Esports. A very, I feel like as game plan, they know the game plan, they know how to execute it, and there you go. A clean series. Match 1, it was 2-1, 2-1, but in match 2, ONIC as well as the other Bigetron, they 2-0.
2-0. Yeah. It was such a stun that you almost forgot the other team. But 2-0.
The word
again.
just escapes me.
ONIC Esports versus BTR. Obviously, BTR, they're still gonna have to fix a lot of those issues here in this season, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're still in week 4. It's pretty interesting to say, but we're still in week 4. Like, it feels like we're in a playoff match. It really does feel like we are in the playoffs already because of how crazy the matches have been. But in this match, it was this man who went crazy. CW, the key to success. Let's take a look, Arashi.
Well, ONIC setup and their discipline, right? They understood the assignment. They know what to do to deny Bigetron's comeback potential, and they did that perfectly. And of course, the trade-offs, they made sure that nothing is given up for free. And the draft and game plan, man, like I said, they have all the answers. Oh, he can engage on us, that's how we lose, fine. Then we burst him instead. Oh, they go for flanks, then we out-rotate them. They're trying to catch us in the Lord Pit, then we out-macro them with the lane management, with the great sustain and the mobility from the from Boots on the Uranus. So they just have all the answers, and that is so scary because you don't know what to do against them because they can just counter it.
Yeah, on that note, let's take a look at the standings here presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. A lot of changes based on the matches that we got in store for you today. ONIC Esports now sitting in 2nd place, Aura Fire, followed right after ROQ Hoshi with the 2 wins from ONIC Esports and as well as Aura Fire will move to the 4th position. Meanwhile, for Bigetron Alpha and as well as Geek Fam still in that 7th and 8th. No switch.
No switch just yet. I was wrong just by 1 aggregate point there. If it was -6, I think, yeah, maybe there was a switch there. But again, BTR are going to have to improve. Geek Fam have been looking a little bit more solid as, again, they have lost 2-1, right? When they lose, they don't lose 2-0, they lose 2-1. Last time they met ONIC, though, it was 2-0. So both of these teams in 7th and 8th place have something in common. 4-2 for all the 2nd all the way to the 4th place team, though, as we are going to take a look at the Season 10 MVP ranking. Still, nothing has changed, but something has changed. CW has made his way on the top 5 here of the standings. And like we mentioned, because he doesn't really have to focus on shot calling anymore, doesn't have to focus on the map anymore that much, he can actually focus on the mechanics. And he's been shining, man. Like, give props to the man. Everyone's been saying that, oh, mechanically, CW is all right, but it's macro game. That's where it's at. Right now, he's the best of both worlds.
Which is terrifying, because now he knows exactly when to put his skills to good use and when to just wait it out and weather the storm and come in at the right exact moment. That is just terrifying, man, honestly. You do not want to go up against a marksman that calculative and yet that able to make like insane mechanical plays.
A very, very terrifying player indeed, but it is still the 2 RRQ players that are still up there in the MVP standings. Will it change or will it be the same? We'll have to see, because remember, folks, week 4 is going to be the first half of the season. But to remind you, folks, awesome is for everyone here. So check out Samsung Galaxy A53 5G, amazing phone with 5G ready with 8 GB of RAM, 256 GB as well for memory, and 120 Hz refresh rate screen. So
that's
a lot of technologies in store within
You're talking
this
about
phone.
A computer, right?
No.
That's a phone?
That's a phone.
With that's a phone.
120?
That's a phone.
I bet your monitor at home isn't 120 refresh rate. That's technology.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Program to win.
Well, yeah, if you
That's
want more.
BTR.
That's BTR. But yes, if you want more information, check out Samsung. Of course, the official website or their social medias here, ladies and gentlemen. Samsung Galaxy A series. Awesome is for everyone.
You know what else is for everyone?
Tell me.
Living by Mandiri. You guys can download the app right now on the App Store or on the Play Store, anywhere you want to. Download Living by Mandiri to get special promos, and you guys can keep an eye on MPL ID to get the latest information on all that promos, all of that good stuff when it comes to Living by Mandiri, because when you save with Livin, you actually get Livin points. And with the Livin points, you can spend without actually spending your real money, man.
Wow.
That's
Value.
Freebies. VALUE. That's how you spell value.
Start living by Mandiri, guys. Don't miss out because
start living with Mandiri by Mandiri.
Wow.
Exactly.
Boom bang, bada bing.
Boom bang, bada bing.
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the conclusion of day 1, week 4. Day 2 and 3. Check still tomorrow and of course the day after. But you have to wait here, ladies and gentlemen. It was a splendid day, match-wise and as well as casting-wise. I enjoyed casting with you, Mirko, as well as Arashi. It's been an honor.
Man. Too kind. He's too kind,
it's been
guys.
an honor, but yeah,
what
day
happened
2
to you?
and 3.
This is not your usual self.
But yeah, day 2 and
He's turning over a new leaf. He's beginning to believe.
It's Johnny. It's no longer Gonny.
It's Johnny.
But yeah, producers called us out that we are about to end the stream. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for so much. If you are still tuning in, Gonny, Mirko, as well as Arashi will be back tomorrow and as well as day 3 for week 4. So again, this is just the appetizer for week 4. Tomorrow's gonna be the main course, and day 3 will
I think
be
every
the
day is the main course
Well,
here.
yeah,
Like every day is crazy.
I'm just trying to build up the the patterns. But yeah,
Let's
let's see you. Bye.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di